All right, what's going on, people? I got some macaroni and cheese that I have cooling down. It's macaroni and cheese and ramen noodles, which is a great combo, by the way. I don't care what any of y'all say. I don't care what all y'all say. Macaroni and cheese noodles along with ramen noodles, great combo. It's a good combo. It's a combo that people desire. And I know it. 'Cause I need you and I want you. All right, let's go, dude. Let's go, 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 go. All right, let's roll it out. So my boy ET's in the house. We got ET, my boy, dude. What's going on, brother? Welcome to the chat. You knew I was going to be on, dude. You know me too well, ET. ET, you're my boy, dude. You're my boy. Love you, ET. Thanks for being the man. All right, so we're going to look into a few more news articles, or news videos, I should say, about the airstrikes that are happening in Iran right now. I think Iran kind of screwed themselves on this one. That's just my opinion. But I do feel like Iran sort of screwed themselves quite royally on this. So we're going to take a look. We're going to see what up. And it's like some telekinesis, says E.T., my boy, dude.
Okay, great. Hi, Jennifer. Can you give us an update?
All right, this was released only 2 hours ago. I don't know if I don't think we reacted to this earlier. Crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Let's go.
Yes, hi. Hi, Dana. We have reports we've just confirmed with U.S. officials that airstrikes have begun against Iranian targets. Iranian state media is reporting that those strikes are being carried out on Keshem Island. We heard those strikes yesterday at about this time. The same sort of airstrikes began. Keshem Island, Manab, Sirik. These are all port and coastal areas where the U.S. it was taking out air defenses and radar systems just yet.
Oh, by the way, I have a desire for some Pepsi, so make sure that you guys double tap your screen to like the stream. I'm gonna get some Pepsi real quick. Bear with me. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna react to this, but I gotta get a Pepsi. All right. Oh, feeling good, man. Feeling good. Cheers. But yeah, we got ET in the house. Hell yeah. What's up, Brown? The Brony Bros, dude. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Yesterday. Right now, we can say that Pete Hegseth, the defense.
All right, let's keep going.
Secretary was down at CENTCOM headquarters where he was being briefed by Admiral Brad Cooper this afternoon about potential targets. Earlier in the day, the president indicated and telegraphed that the airstrikes were likely to begin again tonight. Secretary Hegseth told reporters who were traveling with him that, in fact, the U.S. is willing to negotiate with bombs if need be. And shortly thereafter, the airstrikes began. We can expect to see, I think, over the next few hours, a number of...
I think T-Dog is winning, dude. I think Daddy Trump's winning, dude. Daddy Trump's kicking butt, dude.
New targets hit inside Iran. Earlier today, Qatari negotiators were sent to Tehran to try and convince Iran's leaders to get back to the talks, to agree to the terms that the U.S. had been discussing. Those negotiations have been stalled. Now, I think the feeling is that another night of airstrikes may bring the Iranians back to the table. But the last few weeks and since the ceasefire...
Yeah, honestly, like I said, I don't think we should be even trying to negotiate with them at all. I think that trying to negotiate with Iran is really just one of the worst ideas that you could ever have. They're not a country you can negotiate with. I think it's been a bad idea, dude. I say just finish the job. Let's get this over with. Finish the job. Trump. Stop trying to negotiate with Iran. It's never going to work. I mean, who knows? Maybe it will eventually. But for right now, I don't think it's a good time. I think you know what you need to do? Take out their military, take out their entire regime, and call it a day. And that's it. That's it.
Have proven to be very frustrating, and there has been, as officials have described to me, less a ceasefire and more of a less fire. Earlier today, we know that the U.S. military also disabled a second oil tanker that was trying to make its way to an Iranian port. This was a Palau-flagged ship. It's the second day in a row that they've done so. They've fired using precision munitions into the engineering cabins and the steering section of those.
I love how everybody says that he started this war for no reason. You know, in all actuality, he started it for one reason and one reason only: to prevent Iran from building another nuclear weapon. Sorry, to prevent them from enriching enough uranium to build a nuclear weapon. My bad. And also, by the way, the Iranian regime was killing thousands upon thousands of their own citizens who were protesting the existing regime. In fact, if anything, a lot of the Iranian people wanted Trump to do something, to take some sort of action. So in a lot of ways, while a lot of liberals don't like what Trump is doing, the people of Iran understand why he's doing it. They wish to be free of this regime.
Oil tankers. We also learned from the president earlier today that over the course of the last few weeks, over 100 million barrels of oil have been escorted through the Strait of Hormuz by U.S. Central Command. That had been a secret up until now. Iranians had not been able to see those oil tankers moving through in the cloak of darkness under CENTCOM's watch. So a lot happening right now. We expect another busy night for U.S. Central Command. And what was so unusual today and earlier today was hearing both the president as well as Secretary Hegseth.
I feel like all deals are off. I don't think there's going to be a deal anytime soon. And I think that tomorrow's power plant and bridge day. I do. I really do. I think tomorrow is power plant and bridge day. And, yeah.
Telegraphing that these airstrikes were about to begin. I can never remember in the past when the U.S. has said when the bombing was going to begin. So clearly this is designed to pressure the Iranian leaders to get back to the negotiating table. Dana.
All right. Did you have anything? Anybody else have a question for her? If not, let me ask you one more. So when it comes to the last several weeks, or I guess 8 weeks, we know, obviously we have eyes in the sky. We can see what they're doing. So do you think that these targets are more about taking out some of their remaining military capabilities, or does it go to power plants and bridges as truthed earlier today?
Well, we heard from the president that the next step in the escalation ladder would likely be bridges, electrical plants, infrastructure. It's not clear to me at this point what the targets are. Some of the sites that we've heard that explosions began earlier, just a few minutes ago, those are some of the sites where there were radar defenses that were struck last night, radar installations. The reason you would go after those first is so that U.S. warplanes could get in closer, and so it's surprising that the Iranians, frankly, still have any air defense systems after those first 38 days of bombing by the Israelis and the U.S.
Yeah, it is shocking. They probably have a couple hidden still that we maybe missed. That's possible. Yeah. I mean, this is wild what's happening, man. This is extremely, extremely wild. I don't know what's going to happen next. I don't think there's going to be a peace deal, though. I think the ceasefire is officially ended. I don't think there's going to be a peace deal. I think it's going to be the U.S. is just going to have to decimate more and more Iranian infrastructure until something happens.
U.S. military, but it does show just how resilient the Iranians are. And we do know from leaked intelligence reports that have reported broadly in the press that the Iranians were able to keep about half of their ballistic missile supply as well as their mobile missile launchers. And so that's been a great frustration for the U.S. military and for Israel that many of those mobile missile launchers survive. They retreat back into mountains and then pull them back out. Also those drone launchers. So I imagine they're going after a lot of those sites, and we'll just have to see whether they've expanded that to actual infrastructure.
Great. Jennifer, thank you so much for the quick update.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
I got to admit,
$200,000.
Oh, I don't feel like watching CoffeeZilla. We might watch him a little bit later on in the stream. Oh. Oh, viral James Tellerico attack ad. Let's take a look at Freakalico.
So an AI ad depicting Texas Senate candidate James Tellerico went viral on Tuesday and has sparked a lot of controversy.
The ad comes from a conservative...
Let's watch it. Let's just watch the ad, not watch the Hill. I want to see the AI ad. Where's the ad? Yeah, I just want to see the original ad. Give me one moment. Kennedy warns of response if Iran restarts nuclear program.
Now, folks, we're going to change gears a little bit. We welcome.
Well, if they restart their nuclear program, they're freaking crazy. They're out of their damn minds.
Welcome back to the show, Louisiana Senator, Mr. John Kennedy. Senator Kennedy, welcome, sir. We appreciate your...
Make sure that you guys double tap your screen to like the stream one more time. Double tap your screen to like the stream.
Coming on.
Thank you, Larry.
You may have heard some of my colloquy with my colleagues Aaron Cohn and Victoria Coates about the war and breaking open the Strait of Hormuz. I didn't know if you wanted to make a comment on any of that.
I'll give you one person's opinion. We have accomplished in Iran what we set out to do.
That's true. That's true. I mean, what needed to be accomplished there has been accomplished, which is good.
Why did we go in? Our intelligence, our spies said Iran is manufacturing in a massive amount conventional weapons, drones, missiles, launchers, so they can turn to Israel and America and say, we're about to restart our weapons program.
And if they do that, all hell will break loose. If they do that, it's gonna rain holy hell.
Nuclear warhead program, and if you bomb us again as you did last June, you can do it, but we'll destroy the Middle East. And by the way, our missiles can reach Berlin and Paris and London.
Yeah, I think we just need to get rid of Iran. Iran's government. We just need to get rid of Iran's military, the rest of it that's remaining, and Iran's government, because they're both terrible, and there needs to be a reset button on Iran, on the Iran government.
President Trump couldn't allow that to happen. He went in, he stopped that. We have injured severely both the public and private sector of Iran. It'll be 20 years, probably cost $1 trillion for them to recover.
And we better not pay them back a single dime. We better not pay back Iran any reparations. In fact, if anything, Iran needs to pay reparations to the rest of the Middle East and all of Europe. That's what needs to happen.
Have we secured their fissile material? No, we haven't. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is to send in troops, which I don't support. I wouldn't wait around for a promise from the religious nuts who are running Iran, because they lie like...
Oh, if you guys can, though, double tap the screen to like the stream. Let's go, dude. Double tap yo screen to like the stream.
Fish swim. Any promise they make.
Hold on. There's a song by the Beach Boys about this situation. There always is, buddy. Hey, Trump's winning, though, dude. Trump is winning. How did you guys know that I'm low T? How do you know I got low testosterone? I mean, you're right, but how'd you know? Mussy. All right. Got my cheese. All right, let's do this. You guys ready? Laugh out loud. All right, let's do this.
About negotiating in the future, they're not going to keep. Here's whatever I'd make two final points. Whatever we're going to do, we need to do it. And number two, the deal I would make with Iran is, look, you open up the Strait of Hormuz, and I'll remove the blockade, so your people.
I think that could work, but I don't think it's going to. Iran's going to find some sort of excuse to close the strait again. They're just going to find any excuse they can to close the strait.
People can eat and live indoors. And if Iran took that deal, I'd come home. Why does that? Why is there less risk in that? Because all of Iran, we can fly anywhere we want to over Iran. They have no more air defenses, and
their air defense is pretty much gone. U.S. and Israel can do whatever they want.
Spies will know within a minute if they restart the nuclear program, and we can go in and bomb them again.
Well, I think, those are well considered. I appreciate the thoughts. Senator, if I may, let me turn to domestic matters in the economy. You've said for a long time, Democrats will never let the GOP get a budget through. They just won't vote for it. So it's got to be done through reconciliation. 50 votes plus the vice president equals 51. Now, I'm seeing Senator Thune seems to be sympathetic towards the third reconciliation bill, and I'm seeing we have Jody Arrington, the budget chair in the House, coming on later in the show. He seems to want it. Ways and Means Committee seems to want it. Jason Smith. I'm hoping you could get some, additional tax relief. Maybe inflation indexing capital gains, perhaps other things. How about waste, fraud, and corruption, withhold grants? And we're also seeing some interesting ideas. Senator Blackburn had one, a House member for Darcho from North Dakota had one on a real ID or somehow getting through a simpler Save America kind of voting reform. So it just seems like movement glacially is picking up a little bit. Got to be done in the next 4 to 6 weeks. How do you see it, Senator Kennedy?
Well, I want a third reconciliation too, bill too. I also want a Porsche for my birthday.
That's a good one, man. A third reconciliation bill. A third one? Here's the thing. I think that these reconciliation packages, they need to be figured out, dude. They got to be figured out a little more effectively.
It's not going to happen.
Look, I don't know how to make it more effective. I really don't. But we'll see.
We're running out of time. We have a number of bills that we have to pass. We've got to do something about FISA. We've got the NDAA, and the housing bill, the crypto bill, and somehow you would have to fit in a third reconciliation, which would require all the Republicans to work together. They're not working together right now. That's all complicated by the fact that we're not going to pass a budget. Senator Schumer has instructed my Democratic friends to vote no on the budget. His game plan is to...
Of course Schumer would say vote no because he's a freaking moron. Chuck Schumer sucks, dude. Another Democrat shill. Another establishment shill.
Wait until the end of the fiscal year, which is September 30th, and then he's going to shut government down before the midterms to create as much chaos as possible. So do I want a third reconciliation bill? Yes. Do I have a lot of ideas which ought to be in it, of what ought to be in it? Yes. But
well, at least he's thinking. At least he's thinking.
I see the world as it is, not as I want it to be.
But wouldn't it?
I think it's good to see the world as it is, and I think it's also good to see the world as you want it to be too. Both things can be true. You could see the world for what it really is, and then you can imagine a world of what you want it to be, and then take the actions necessary to try to make that world possible. Totally doable. Totally doable.
Yeah, look, midterm elections out there. I dare say the economy is outperforming expectations. I understand gasoline prices, but that may wither away as the war draws to a close. But wouldn't the GOP want some additional product? For example, Senator, the vice president's doing a great job on waste, fraud, abuse, corruption, all this stolen money.
I do love what J.D. Vance has been able to do and try to recover everything, and try to prevent all the fraud. I love it.
By interest groups. Emmett Oz in Los Angeles, for example, and Minnesota and other places. And there's a lot of talk now. How about withholding the money, in a sense, clawing back the losses from all this corruption and stealing? That is so popular. You know, I mean, I look at John McLaughlin. He's a very good pollster. His polls show sky-high popularity. And so, you Save America.
I love it, man. Yeah, I dig it, too. I dig it completely. One moment.
Act on voting is popular. The California election is a bit of a fiasco, the way it's played out. Wouldn't those things be good for the midterms and the GOP?
Well, first, let me say I think Dr. Oz is doing an extraordinary job in fighting Medicaid reform or Medicaid fraud. But let me tell you what I think's going on. Look, I've known you a long time. I'm not going to bubble wrap it, and I'm not going to lie to you. I think the issue on the minds of most Americans right now is the cost of living. When moms and dads lie,
Cost of living is extremely high. I mean, it depends on where you live, too. If you live in California, the price to exist is so high. Here where I'm at in Oregon, it's still expensive, don't get me wrong. But somehow it's still manageable.
lie down to sleep at night, and they can't. They're not worried about Iran. I'm not saying they don't care, but they're not worried about Iran. They're not worried about immigration. They think the southern border is secure because it is. President Trump secured it.
True.
They're not worried about cultural issues that much. They're not worried about whether a man can breastfeed. They're worried about the cost of living.
That's a real worry. That's a real thought. Yes.
And this inflation is hurting people. And middle-class Americans look around and they see too many undeserving people at the top getting bailouts and too many undeserving people at the bottom getting handouts, and they're getting stuck with the bill, and they can't afford it. And we need...
That's true. That's extremely, extremely true. Crazy how true that is. He's not wrong, dude. He's not wrong. Not wrong at all, brother. You can't argue with his logic, man. You can't argue with what he's saying. The man's so spot on, it's crazy.
Need to address that. And the happy talk's not going to do that. You have to look people in the eye and say, I understand. Here's what's happening. Here's what we have done about it. Here's what we're going to do about it. But you can't tell them no. You can't feel like you...
And he says, Kennedy just tells it like it is, Garza. Yeah, I will admit, I do appreciate his directness, and I do appreciate his ability to analyze the current situation. Feels very accurate. And he's like, look, this is what it is right now. Granted, I don't think he's much of a visionary. I think you should be able to see the world as it is, but also have a desire to see things get better. right? You could just accept the world as it is and just be like, oh, that is what it is. Or you could just be like, hey, I want to make a choice to change not only myself but the world around me. It all starts with each and every one of us, man. To some degree. So good. Little ramen and macaroni and cheese. Nothing better. Oh yeah, it's good shit, dude. The best.
Feel you shouldn't believe your lying checkbook, because I'm telling you what they're worried about. I've been out there. I've been in every battleground.
Yeah, there just shouldn't be any waiting. We got to stop waiting.
States. And the American people, at least our middle class, our voters, they're not happy right now.
Yeah, I get it. Cost of living of everything's pretty high. I'm lucky I'm not living paycheck to paycheck. I'm lucky it could have been that way, but I'm grateful I'm not. But I'm intentionally cheap. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah. So good.
So I agree about cost of living. Now, I think there's more to it than that. But let's just see. I agree, okay? You're on to something, Senator. No doubt about it. I would think if I were in the Senate or the House, I would want to codify all the good deeds that Dr. Oz and J.D. Vance and everybody, Oversight Committee, claw back the money that was stolen from taxpayers, deny the grants, deny the funds, don't let this stuff happen again.
Kudlow's onto something, man. Kudlow is onto something here.
Doge was popular when Elon Musk was riding high a little over a year ago. I'm just saying, I'd want to go there, Senator.
Well, those are splendid ideas, and I want to go there too. But in order for it to happen, all members of the House on my side of the aisle are going to have to work with the Speaker, and at least 50 members, if we do it through reconciliation, of the Senate on my side of the aisle have got to work together. And that has not been the case for the last few months. That's just, I see what you see. That's just a natural fact. And it's great to say, I want a third reconciliation bill. I've been saying that for 6 months. I've said it about a squillion times on your show.
Yes.
But I also want a Porsche for my birthday, and I'm not likely to get it.
Well,
and if we're going to get a reconciliation bill a third time, we got to saddle up and ride hard. And the president's got to join with us.
Something's got to give, man. Something's got to give with these reconciliation packages, man. I don't know what the solution ends up being, but something's got to give. Oh.
All right, well, every Friday night I watch the Dutton Ranch talking about saddling up. It's a great TV show, and I'm going to help you stir the pot. I tell you that every time you're on, from your book to other appearances on set. I'm going to try to stir the pot, Senator Kennedy, but we thank you for coming back on, sir.
You're a rock.
That was pretty dope, man. That was pretty dope. That was a good talk. Mark Thiessen says, you do not need a deal for victory in Iran. I agree with that. Yeah, you don't need a deal. You do not need a deal.
We're going to be attacking them very hard. Based on the helicopter, I guess we have the right to do that.
It's now in danger of vast escalation, and the most serious kind of danger. They need to go back to the table.
We need to ensure that he finishes the job, and that job is to make certain.
Finish. Yep. Give me one moment, you guys. Oh, we got Texas Jane in the house. What up, Texas Jane? How you doing? How's everybody doing? It's good to see all my brony baloney bros, dude. You guys ready to party? We got the Brones, dude. All right. Okay.
Certain that Iran never possesses or has a nuclear capability.
If this back and forth keeps going, at some point you can't just keep doing proportionate strikes back and forth.
All right, so argument over what the United States should do now as Iran seems to keep mixing things up, particularly in the Strait of Hormuz, which it is tonight declaring is closed again. Let's bring in our panel. Fox News.
I can't believe they're declaring the Strait of Hormuz closed again. Can we stop trying to negotiate with Iran, please? Can we just stop?
Contributor Mark Thiessen, Fox News senior political analyst Juan Williams, and Politico, White House bureau chief Dasha Burns. Mark, you've been saying for days, if not weeks, that the president needs to get back to full-scale attacks on Iran. Do you expect he's going to do that now, or are these just pinprick strikes in retaliation?
I'm not sure. They keep saying they're proportional. I don't know what proportional is for trying to kill an American. I mean, the president said that if they killed an American, that was his red line, that we would return to combat. Well, they tried to kill an American. As Trey Ying's.
Yeah, they were almost successful. Luckily, the pilots survived in the Apache helicopter, but they could have died from that drone. They were trying to take down that Apache helicopter, dude. I think that's the red line. I think Trump just needs to go full bore. No more peace. No more peace with Iran. There's just no point in trying it. There just isn't. Why would you try at this point?
It's reported the drone landed in the middle of the Apache between the pilots, but didn't explode. So just because it malfunctioned doesn't give them a pass. We have to treat this as if they killed an American, several Americans, because that's what they tried.
Well, yeah. Well, and that's the thing. We should be treating. He's 100% right. We should be treating this as if they killed an American, because they tried. They actually tried to. And this guy's making a fair argument here. This guy is making a totally fair argument. I mean, this is insane.
Tried to do, and we have to respond in kind. And the goal should not be to get them back to the table. We've launched 13,500 strikes, and it hasn't brought them to the table in any serious way. That's a hopeless cause at this point. We have to decapitate and destroy this regime.
So, Juan, should the goal be to pummel them into submission?
It hasn't worked so far, and
well, neither is talking apparently.
Well, the thing is, you played that series of promises where the president says constantly, we're on the precipice of making a deal. And obviously, nothing, including the fact that we had pummeled them previously, and I think several months ago we...
Yeah, I don't even think we should try for a deal anymore. I don't. I really don't. I don't think we should try for a deal, dude. No, basically, Iran is fighting with sticks and stones at this point. Compared to what the U.S. military has, I mean, Iran really is fighting with sticks and stones. You know I'm right about this.
He said we had just decimated their nuclear capability. So none of that has led to the deal. And with today's reports about inflation spiking, it just looks like, what is the president doing? He shouldn't sacrifice his credibility. We should trust in his word. And I think it's just getting harder to do because I have the sense that no deal is imminent here. To the contrary, it looks like there might be more violence.
But he doesn't need a deal. This is the whole thing. He was at the 5-yard line.
A surrender
he was at
could
the
be the deal, right?
5-yard line. We have to just hit the targets. We've destroyed 82% of their defense industrial base. Destroy 99% of it.
So, Dasha, what's your sense of how the president's decision tree is working here?
Well, look, from the beginning, he has had a number of factions in his ear. He's had people that were sort of maximalists like Mark here and people that were minimalists who wanted to go the diplomacy route. And now we're in this purgatory where we're kind of doing both. We're in a ceasefire, but we're firing at each other. Just before I came on air here, I spoke with someone close to the president that has expertise in this area. And this person told me that Trump has made it clear that he wants to still keep everything below the threshold of a ceasefire, even as he acts like he's going medieval on them. So the mess.
Oh, we got Lou the chicken dude. What up, dude? We got my boy Lou in the house. Lou the chicken dude, my boy. We got Coyote 3 saying Michael Garza, hey cutie. Oh no. Oh no. Coyote 3, what's going on, brony? You're my pink brony, bro. The realest bronies. You guys are all brony bros, dude.
Message that people are getting is that he's
kidding.
posturing here, but he's not ready to go back to full-scale war, even though a lot of experts that I've been talking to do say what you say, Mark, which is that in order to regain leverage, it's going to be very difficult to do that.
Laugh out loud.
Going harder.
So
Coyote 3 sent a silver star for 2 jewels. Thank you so much, Coyote 3. Look, the more gifts we get, the better. So it does help the channel grow. So feel free, anybody who's watching, tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. Send whatever gift you want. It really, really helps the channel in more ways than one.
Telegraphing to the Iranian leadership, he doesn't want to go back to full-scale military action, so the Iranian leadership is just going to lead him by the nose.
Well, also the problem is if you're
Laugh out loud.
saying your goal is a deal.
Oh, Lou the Chicken Dude. Everybody give a shout out to Lou the Chicken Dude. Thank you for sending him $100 for 2 jewels. Mucho apreciado. Hell yeah. Oh, we got
Laugh out
Hayden
loud.
Peterson. Just sent a soccer trophy, dude. For 500 jewels. Thank you, Hayden Peterson. Thank you for the soccer trophy. I was never really good at soccer as a kid, so that is a participation trophy. I am a horrible soccer player. But Hayden, man, everybody, hey, let's give a shout out to Hayden Peterson, everybody. Thank you for the trophy. My man. You deserve a huge shout out. Hey, thank you, brother. Hey, everybody, once again, give a shout out to my boy, Hayden Peterson. Give a shout out to Lou the Chicken Dude. Everybody under the sun. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you all big time. Thank you. But yeah, no, I was never very good at soccer. I was never good at soccer as a kid. I tried. I think I probably only have like 1 career scored goal ever in soccer. It was fun to play, though. I did have a good time playing, but I was terrible at it. Eric Klein says, my nephew scored 6 goals in 1 game, hard league. Yeah. That's amazing. But yeah, Hayden, thank you very much, man. I appreciate you, bro. Mucho love, bro. Mucho love.
Then the Iranian...
Yeah, but like I said, if you guys want to send a gift, man, tap that gift button in the lower right-hand corner. Really does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. Gifts get instant shout-outs, so they get shown on the screen, so we really appreciate it. So if you guys can, please send a gift, small or big. We're just super-duper appreciative of anything you guys send. It helps.
Iranians have the upper hand because they can just deny you the deal, and they do not...
Oh, give me a moment. I am going to eat a little more macaroni.
Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud.
Oh, I heard some laugh out louds. Hold on. Oh, shit. Coyote 3 sent a thumbs up for 10 jewels. Thank you, Coyote 3. I appreciate the thumbs up for 10 jewels. Texas Jane sent a happy poop yum yum. Mucho apreciado. So we got a happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum. We got Texas Jane, Coyote 3. Thank you both. Mucho apreciado. Eric Klein says, what about the gays of Hormuz? Nobody cares.
Laugh out loud.
Coyote 3 sent another happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. I gotta stop doing that stupid happy poop song though, dude. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. All right, I gotta stop doing that ridiculous song. It's killing me. I have no pride. I have no shame. But thank you, Coyote 3, and thank you for the thumbs up, and thank you for the happy poop. But thank you, Texas Jane, specifically for the happy poop. Yep, it's futa time. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Happy poop, happy poop. I'm so glad, dude. I am so glad they brought Happy Poop back, though. When they brought Happy Poop back as a gift, it made me so happy. Like, a little too happy, to be honest. It made me far too happy. More than any man should be. But I digress. So good.
You victory. You do not need a deal to have victory. As long as we meet the objectives that he set out at the start of the military campaign of destroying their ballistic missile capability, of destroying their defense industrial base, of setting back their nuclear program, then and opening the strait, which he can do militarily. We've been doing quietly.
He's been so reticent to do this. He has been so reticent to go into full-scale war, to do anything near boots on the ground.
He did it. He just stopped too soon.
Let me just say
we had destroyed 82% of their defense industrial base. Destroy the rest of it.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
And then we win.
But the point.
And that's the thing. We need to finish the job. The job needs to be finished.
Is they were able to hit the helicopter, so apparently they have some military capability. And secondly, the Strait of Hormuz has been shut. And, you know, the problem...
And this is why we can't make a deal with Iran. This is 100%, and I've been saying this so much, we should stop trying to negotiate with Iran. I normally don't agree with Juan Williams on this. I normally don't agree with Juan on anything. But I will agree with him on this. We got to end it.
Is that, going back to what Dasha was talking about.
Don't even try for peace anymore. Take out the Iranian regime. That's it.
What is the deal, if there was a deal? I know you're opposed to it, but if there was a deal that was agreeable, do you really think that the Iranians would agree to regime change? I mean, we killed the Ayatollah, and there's no regime change.
And the Iranians are not sounding like they want a deal. I mean, some of the posts on social media this week from Iranian leadership has been shocking, saying we can have other languages than diplomacy, saying you ride the horse you saddled.
The incorrigibility with them is just at a level that you can't even begin to understand. I want to swap the politics, just because there's some great stuff to talk about.
Something less controversial.
Graham Plattner's landslide victory, 72.
Graham Plattner is a creep, dude. It doesn't shock me that he won in Maine because I think everybody in Maine is a creeper anyway.
2% against Janet Mills. He was congratulated by Bernie Sanders, who was his chief supporter.
Bernie Sanders is also in my... Bernie Sanders supporting Plattner, I think that makes Bernie Sanders a creep too.
Congratulations to Graham Plattner on his landslide victory in Maine. Together we will defeat oligarchy and create an economy that works for all, not just...
Are you kidding me? Bernie Sanders, you think that communism is a good idea. Do you know that under communism, if we were to implement your stupid idea, it would be authoritarianism in a second. Authoritarianism is not good. I would rather have an oligarchy, to be quite honest. Not a fan of it, but it's better than a communist hellhole.
Just a few. So, Juan, the Democrats threw Me Too, anti-Semitism, racism, and homophobia off the cliff for political expediency here?
I don't know about there's any doubt about it. I think the voters are the ones who made this decision, and it's overwhelming. It wasn't
the voters in Maine are creeps as well.
A close race. He beat, I think her name's Sarah Gideon, who in 2020 set a record for the Democratic primary, and he beat that. So pretty incredible performance, and the voters clearly want him. Now, I think voters want somebody who's kind of anti-authority, anti-elite. They want what they call authentic, and he's gritty and, to my mind, a little offensive. A little.
I mean, this guy's just a disgusting human being. They really want Plattner in Maine? Have him. You can keep him. Democrats are out of their mind, dude.
A lot. But that's clearly what the American voters want. You think about what's going on in Texas with Ken Paxton. Paxton and Plattner might win. What does that say about us and about our voters?
Where we are as a voting public. So Plattner says that his journey of redemption is complete. Donald Trump doesn't think so. Listen to both of them here.
Redemption is not just some simple or easy destination. It's a journey. I've made mistakes.
Here's the thing. I don't think Plattner's ever changed is my problem. Plattner seems like a total piece of garbage. Everything about him screams red flag, red flag.
My life. Mistakes that I regret. If you give me the chance.
Hell, everything about me probably screams red flag too. Hey, yo.
I will be a senator for the people who cannot afford to buy a senator.
The man of the people. Right. I don't trust this guy, dude. I don't trust Plattner.
I watched that thug that's up in Maine. He's a thug. And they're trying to make excuses for him. I mean,
I just love that Trump's calling a spade a spade, dude. Coyote 3, that's a good comment. ET says he's a chud. Yep.
he's worse than any human being that's ever run for office, probably.
I mean,
wow.
Yeah.
I mean, is his journey of redemption complete? He's still got the Nazi tattoo. It's just covered up.
Who among us hasn't put a tattoo on our body with the same symbol that Heinrich Himmler wore on his hat? I mean, these are things that people do occasionally, and we regret them. I mean, look, this is the Democrats have been telling us for the last 10 years that the Republicans are Nazis, and Donald Trump is a Nazi, and now they've actually nominated somebody with a Nazi tattoo. He's saying his journey of redemption. Until a year ago, he was on Kick, which is an app that's been described by the National Center for Sexual Exploitation as a predator's paradise. 70% of American teens are on it.
While he was married.
While he was married. So, I mean, yeah, good luck with this guy.
A lot of people think he can beat Susan Collins.
Look, there are a lot of Democrats that have not shunned Graham Plattner because they do see in him, despite all of the controversy, what they feel the Democratic Party has lost, which is the ability to connect with working class voters, to not sound...
I don't know, dude. I don't trust Plattner. Something about the guy just seems really off. Like every single red flag detector you could think of on me, man, is saying don't trust the dude. Don't trust him. Do not trust Plattner, dude. But of course, Bernie Sanders, of all people, freaking old ass communist, Bernie Sanders supports Plattner. That makes sense. Communism is a perverse philosophy anyway. All right, let's keep going.
like an elitist, to really do the authentic.
Oh, if you guys can, though, don't forget to tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. Feel free to send any sort of gift you choose. We appreciate anything you guys can. It does support the stream in a lot of ways. You also get an instant shout-out when you send a gift, so the more gifts we get, the better, man. Instant shout-out. I must continue to emphasize that you will get an instant shout-out if you send a gift. So, mucho apreciado. Any gifts you send, we always appreciate it. Let's go.
Candidacy, and there aren't a ton of figures in the party right now that are able to capture that, and they're looking at the vote totals and they're saying,
if Plattner's your guy, I mean, if Plattner's the guy, if he's the new face of the Democrat Party is even more lame than I thought. The Democrat Party lacks functional, competent leadership. Look at the Republican side. We got Rubio. We got Vance. I mean, we're looking good. I may not be a true Republican by any stretch. I'm really just anti-Democrat. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend, I guess. I don't know. Either way, I will say that I'm very right-leaning. Yes. But I consider myself an independent voter. I do. I really do. I look at each issue individually. I don't look at it as a Democrat or Republican issue. I look at it as an issue. Do I agree with Do I agree with this issue or not? What do I think about this issue? I give it some thought. You know, I think you just got to give issues thought. I think it's stupid to think about things along party lines. I think it's just pure idiocy to think about things in the frame of party lines. I really do. So nothing to me is really a left or right issue. It's just what is the issue? What is the solution? You know.
And you know what? Despite all of the baggage, this is what we have to deal with right now. And this guy is the best that we have in this race.
I guess when it comes to the Democrats and Graham Plattner, winning's not the thing. It's everything.
Yeah, I wonder what Janet Mills was going to do. You know, the governor who was running against him. What does she do? And Susan Collins has been so polite.
So far. That could change. We got to jump, but thank folks. Appreciate it. Now this.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows stream.
But no, I love all the leftists that come into the chat and they just get pissed off at me. Oh, wait, is this a preview? Gutfeld. I love Mr. Greg Gutfeld. Okay. All right, let's do this. Oh my God, so Bricks and Minifigs CEO sued his own father? Really? Oh man, that guy's got daddy issues. Oh, this is just in. U.S. missiles reportedly hit just 40 miles from Tehran. Okay.
Chuck DeVore is a retired Army intelligence officer. Do you think this latest round is going to do the trick?
Well, Jesse, I guess that's the big question. I don't think it will, in the sense that, let's say they do agree to sign an agreement. Are they really going to stick to it, or will they?
Well, we all know that Iran never sticks to the agreement. No. Why would they? They don't do that.
Not agree to sign a document and try to string things along some more. I think what we've seen in the last two nights is similar to the concept of peeling back layers of an onion. Last night's strikes.
That's a good analogy.
Strikes were about neutralizing air defense systems and radars in retaliation, of course, for that drone hitting the Apache and almost killing our two pilots. Yeah. It's just, as you said, it's a miracle that they survived, especially the part about.
And the more I hear about that story, the more I am surprised they survived. Like, I mean, that's really insane, dude.
Ditching in the ocean at night, that's actually really dangerous. So we're peeling back the layers of defense in Iran, and then tonight we hit them even harder and deeper. And so what that does is it sets up the opportunity, if the president pulls the trigger, of really unleashing an enormous amount of damage in a short period of time in Iran.
From listening to Trey, you get the sense that Trump's patience has run out and that he's going to keep a sustained air campaign on these people until they sign what he wants them to sign. Is that your sense?
That certainly seems to be my sense of what's going on. I would like to employ a historical analogy, even though sometimes they can be strained too far. If you think about the war against Imperial Japan in the closing hours of 1945, you know, we took Okinawa at great cost. We were firebombing Japanese cities. We had choked them off from their food supply. And yet it took 2 atomic bombs to force surrender. And even then, the Japanese...
2 atomic bombs? Holy crap. That is insane.
Imperial Army.
And it took them that long to surrender? That is wild to me, man. I didn't realize. Whew. Oh, hey, all things considered, silver's back up. My silver, my position in silver is looking fantabulous. And my portfolio, of course, is going right back up. Where it belongs. Oh, snap, what? No way, it went down all the way. Oh my goodness, I was able to buy silver at $56 a share? Really? Hell yeah, dude. Let me take a look and see what my agentic portfolio is looking like. It's looking good. As per usual. Okay, let's keep watching.
Wasn't convinced that they should surrender. They wanted to fight on. And thank goodness they didn't. There would have been millions and millions of casualties on both sides. So, you know, there's historical precedence for really difficult enemies who never want to surrender. And when you think about it, Jesse, of course the IRGC doesn't want to surrender. They think they may lose their lives to the Iranian people who are getting pretty ticked off about the misrule that they've suffered since 1979.
Yeah, the IRGC is kind of in a nifty little position during the ceasefire, but hopefully these latest round of strikes kind of shake things loose so we can get some of the moderate negotiators to sign and then just enforce it. And then no money is going to exchange hands unless we see that dust destroyed. Chuck, thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe.
Here's the thing. I don't know. I'm a little concerned. I mean, I don't think there's any hope for a peace deal if these strikes continue. And granted, I believe I'm not against these strikes. In fact, if anything, I am totally for Trump doing in the military doing the strikes they need to do, because Iran has been extremely difficult to negotiate with. To the point of insanity. Well, it looks like silver's going on a little bit of a bull run. Honestly, though, the fact that I was able to sell silver at $56 per share on the SLV and then possibly be able to come out ahead profit-wise. I mean, if that happens, man, that's amazing. Let's go, dude. We'll see what happens, though. I think silver is going to go up very rapidly. And the reason I think that silver is going to go up extremely rapidly is because I think the war in Iran is actually going a lot better than the news makes it out to be. Yay, I was able to sell, so I made a $2.28 profit on silver. There we go. I like to do little micro sales because you can basically just day trade all day long. Almost all day long. There are limits, obviously.
For all the Fox.
Okay. This may take a few moments, you guys. Sorry about that. Okay, bomb the S out of Iran. Trump's major warning as strikes continue in Iran. Let's take a look at this.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst is live in Tel Aviv. What's going on, Trey?
Yeah, hey, Jesse, good evening. I spoke tonight with President Trump, who was in the Situation Room.
Oh, by the way, you guys, if you guys can, send a gift. Tap the gifts button. Send whatever gift you want to send. We appreciate all gifts. It really matters a lot to us. And the more gifts we receive, the more it funds the show. So even a small gift is greatly appreciated. So whatever you guys want to send, I love you for it. You could send sparkles, 100s. You could send me an Unk Alert or a flow state. Whatever you guys want to send. Any gift is mucho apreciado. Totally optional. We just appreciate it, though. Thank you, guys.
Overseeing these U.S.
Oh, and you get an instant shout-out, too. Your name flashes on the center of the screen when you send a gift. So if you send a gift, your name flashes, boop, right on the center of the screen. Pretty dope.
Military strikes against the Iranian regime. He was joined by Vice President J.D. Vance and Special Envoys Kushner and Witkoff. The president telling Fox News at that time 49 Tomahawk missiles had been used against targets in Iran, along with fighter jets that were bombing positions about 40 miles outside of Tehran and also along the southwest coast of Iran that sits along the Persian Gulf. The president said, "We hit them very hard tonight." He described the strikes as vicious and violent. He said the bombing will stop shortly, but if they don't sign an agreement, the president said, quote, "we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow." And so ultimately,
actually, I'm going to try something.
the president is leaving the military option on the table. President Trump describing what it was like inside the Situation Room. He tells Fox News the Iranians called him and asked him to stop bombing. I asked him if he spoke directly with officials in...
So the Iranians actually called Trump and said, please stop bombing all of our locations. Not bad. Dude, Trump's doing it, man. Trump is winning. Nobody wants to admit this, but Trump's winning.
In Tehran, he said, yes, top officials there, similar people that he's been dealing with before, trying to get this deal across the finish line. He says this ceasefire has been the most violated ceasefire in the history of the world. And Vice President J.D. Vance told me they are dealing with both moderate and more extreme voices inside of Iran. As for the state of play in the region, the Middle East is bracing to see if the Iranians are going to respond to these U.S. strikes against their country that hammered radar systems and air defense units along the coast. We do know that Israel was not involved in the strikes tonight, according to President Trump, but the president said he did speak with the Israelis briefly before this operation began. But again, to conclude here, Jesse, 49 Tomahawk missiles used by the U.S. military, fighter jets over the skies of Iran, hammering targets on the ground, and the Iranian officials, according to President Trump, on the phone with the president himself, asking him to stop the bombing campaign. Jesse?
Great reporting, Trey. Stay safe. Thank you. Be sure to like.
Crazy, man. Here's the thing. I mean, I can't believe it. I can't believe. You know what's kind of wild if you think about this? They called Trump to say, please stop bombing. They're like, please stop. And Trump's like, why? should not have tried to take down a Apache helicopter. And they did successfully take it down, and thank goodness the pilots were not killed. Thank goodness the pilots were okay. Holy crap. Freaking wild.
So let's just take it around the couch for a little bit and talk about our top line thoughts as we get out of this. Kaylee, dealer's choice of the myriad topics the president covered that you want to chat about.
Here's my takeaway. I'm not sure it will be particularly insightful, but the takeaway is that no one knows what is going to happen except for the commander-in-chief sitting behind the Resolute desk. And I say that because I was convinced as we were heading into the weekend that this was over. Hostilities were over. There would be an impending deal. And
no, I wasn't that convinced. I knew there wasn't going to be a deal because Iran sucks. The Iranian government's terrible. Of course there's not going to be a deal. As much as you want one. Hell, I wanted one. But whatever.
And then, of course, you had Iran strike Israel over the weekend and that back and forth fire. And I was even more emboldened in that prediction of an impending deal because the president didn't dial it up. He pulled it down. And there was a ceasefire that came between his.
Oh, I forgot the Knicks and the Spurs are playing right now. Let me see what the score is. Oh, my goodness. The Spurs are annihilating the Knicks. Holy crap. Okay, actually, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to watch the game. Somehow, some way. Hold on. I'm going to try to get some play-by-play action. Oh, here we go. Let's gotta see where it's being streamed on. Well, let's see. Give me a moment. I don't really care. Dude, who the hell cares if Canada's boycotting us? We don't really care about Canada. Okay, here we go. I think, hopefully, okay. I'm excited. Go Spurs, dude. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum.
Israel and Iran.
Hey, we got Tish Lee. We haven't seen Tish Lee in a while. What's up? How you doing? A brony bro, dude. Oh, yeah.
And it resumed. And then you get the sense that the strike of the U.S. Apache helicopter changed everything. There was the retaliatory strikes last night, the hitting of 20 Iranian targets. And then what he said is so significant. He literally said, they're playing us for suckers. We have the right to do what we're going to do. We are going to hit them hard today in case you don't want to turn on your television. Could that be broadcasting and trying to push Iran into a deal? Sure. Could it be an actual broadcast of what we're about to see today? Yes. We don't know.
I will admit, Trump's a wild card, man. You just don't know what this dude's going to do next. You don't know what the man's doing next, you know? It's crazy. You really don't know. Dude, it is 62-39. The Spurs are blowing out the Knicks like crazy right now. They're probably playing way more aggressive. Holy crap, holy. Well, huh. Well, you know what? I don't know. Ice, baby. Dun, 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 dun. Vanilla ice, baby. Lame. Yo, stop. Collaborate and listen. Ice is back with a brand new invention. Well, wow, but 66-40, Spurs are ahead. Dude, Spurs are coming in hot, trying to even the series, dude. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Maybe I might be able to watch it on my phone. Give me a second. Oh, okay. Maybe I might be able to watch it after all. Well, you guys, I might be able to watch this game after all.
The President of the United States does, but I think we're hitting a point where we might find out very soon whether we're getting back into this.
And a very different tack from before. The original bombings when, he told no one, remember, to the chagrin of Japan. For example, here he's giving ample warning.
Yeah, there's one more thing to kind of add to this, and it's from the words of an IRGC leader. And I feel like every time I quote one, that one may not still be alive, because I know Israel and the United States have killed a lot of people, and even leading up to the ceasefire and beyond with Israel. But Ahmed Kahidi has said, there will be no deal negotiating the enrichment of uranium and their capacity, their capabilities with nuclear energy and weaponry. I'm paraphrasing because, of course, it's translated as well. But the bottom line is nukes aren't on the table, and the president has said that's our main mission. So sooner or later, we have to bump up against the fact that that deal is elusive unless it has it in there. The president won't make a bad deal. Like, he won't do that. So now we don't have to wait, though, because he did say this when asked by a reporter. Let's roll. This is just from a couple minutes ago because he took a lot of questions, as Emily said.
Dude, the Spurs are kicking the Knicks' ass, 71-42. You know what? I normally don't go on Twitter, but I'm going to go on Twitter real quick just to see, because people will give live updates as to what's going on in the game itself, and I don't think that was a goaltend, no. Holy smokes, man, this is good. Sorry, I'm so focused on the game. So 71-43. Second quarter, dude. Spurs are killing it.
You said that now they will have to pay the price.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that specifically?
Well, we're going to be attacking them and attacking them very hard.
You're resuming bombing?
Yeah, well, we are.
Yeah, he needs to. It's an absolute must at this point with what's happening. Absolute must at this point. You gotta. Nah, Trump's the man, dude. Trump's the man, dude. If you guys can, don't forget to send a gift. Tap the gifts button in the lower right-hand corner. Gifts do help the channel in a lot of ways, so the more gifts we get, the better. So feel free to tap gift, send a gift, and I will give you a shout-out. And it'll flash on the screen, too. You get a lot of benefits, too. So the more gifts, the better.
Based on the helicopter, I guess we have the right to do that. I've been working with Iran for a number of months, and they should sign their deal. It's a good deal. It doesn't give them the right to have a nuclear weapon.
And
then Coyote 3 says Spurs are going to wear New York out. They are young and elite defenders. Great too. Yeah. Well, the Spurs, I think, are just the better team to begin with. I firmly believe the Spurs should be up 2-1. That last game, game 2, was really close. Game 3 was pretty close too, but the Spurs, I just felt like, are just the better team all around. And look, the East is least, the Eastern Conference. Look, the New York Knicks are a great team, but I think the wind has been taken out of their sails. I think that the Spurs are wearing out the Knicks through and through. I really do. I think it's happening, man. I think you know I'm right.
Then what did we see after Iran shot down that Army Apache helicopter? Brand new stuff we haven't seen from our military. Now, they had it, but we hadn't seen that drone capacity on the water rescue someone, not risking more human life to go get.
It's crazy that they were able to use a drone to rescue somebody, though. That is kind of crazy. I mean, it's really cool at the end of the day. I think it's badass, but it's still crazy, too. Freaking wild.
The two crewmen who were inside that Apache helicopter. I mean, that's amazing. That's miraculous in itself. And the world sees this. Our enemies see this. Iran sees this. And when he says he's going to hit them hard, and that's today, he said, in case you miss it. That was a quote. Just in case you happen to not be near a TV today, I want to let you know it's happening.
And Kenny, I thought it was sort of interesting that he specifically talked about Graham Plattner. He called him a thug. He called him a pig. He said, no disrespect to pigs, frankly, but he was very clear that he considers him a bad person.
Yeah, and where are the feminists on that one? That's what I've been wondering.
Yeah, I love how the feminists in Maine are backing up Plattner, the creep. Yeah, it's funny. The Democrat, as long as you say that you're a Democrat, Democrats will vote for you because they have this stupid mentality called vote blue no matter who. I say I'm going to vote for you if you're a damn good candidate. That's the thing, and that's the way I look at it. So that's my personal philosophy. Basically, just don't suck. Like, simple as that. I mean, that's my basic rule at the end of the day. It's a pretty simple one. Nothing too extravagant about it.
This entire time. You know, even AOC was cornered on the steps of the Capitol and asked.
Yeah, this is a mega channel. Yes, it is. Ooh.
About, her thoughts on Graham Plattner. And, she hedged a little bit. She's like, oh, yeah, some of that was very problematic for her, as it should be, as a progressive feminist. But then she goes, so AOC has a big but. And that's a problem for Democrats because all of this is acceptable. And, I fear, as we all do, that there's going to be more. It's going to be a giant distraction. And
honestly, this just makes the Democrats look even worse. The Democrat Party, the party of Me Too, by the way. This just makes them look worse. It makes the Democrat Party look even more low IQ than they actually are. Democrat Party's cooked, dude. Democrat Party's so effing cooked. And I speak for a lot of people when I say I think the Democrat Party's low IQ these days. I think they're just full of low IQ individuals. Straight up, dude. I mean, that's what I believe. It's not a bad belief, per se.
The president knows that the Republican Party is going to have to pour a bunch of money into Maine and Texas.
Oh, if you guys can, double tap your screen to like the stream. It does help the channel grow.
To fight for those 2 Senate seats. They're still very much up in the air. And, you have to put your trust in voters at some point. But what more information will they have to make their final decision in November. You know, it's like, what other skeletons are going to fall out of that messy closet?
He backed her today. He backed Susan Collins. He said, ideologically, they don't always agree. He said, but she's a sane woman. She knows what she's doing. She's done every vote, like thousands.
We got Coyote 3 says Marxist utopia has universal health care, free food, free housing, equality, and same-sex relations called prison. That's a good one, dude. Coyote 3, that's a good one, bro. I like that comment. We got Jim from Yager's Farm saying every time, thumbs up, bro. I love you, man. It's good to see Mr. Jim from Yager's Farm. We love Mr. Jim. Total stud. But hey, the Democrats have this idiotic low IQ belief of vote blue no matter who. And it's a terrible belief. You know it's a terrible belief. You know it. Don't lie.
Of votes, he said, and I wish she'd miss one of those days, he said, because sometimes she votes against me. That's a quote from the president. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, and so you're talking about the money, but you've also got that.
And all this, Joe, on the heels of, or the main point there, which was signing that, frankly, historic bill now and getting it across the finish line.
A very big deal. And
Yeah.
I think the president would be smart not only to hit Graham Plattner in terms of his character, which is very easy to do, and it's all out there, but go after the policy as well. Graham Plattner is on the record right now saying that he is against defunding border security. Think about that for a moment. Defunding DHS, abolishing ICE. So I say hit Plattner on the Nazi tattoo, or black people don't tip, or women need to be more adults to avoid getting raped. Or I could go down the litany of things that he has said and done. Oh, the predatory sites, by the way, that could be problematic, right? But hit him on policy as well. This is somebody who is embracing communism, and this is somebody who's going up against...
Wait, well, of course Plattner's a communist because... Of course he's a communist, because he's a Democrat. Democrats love communism, and it's the worst form of government of all time. Communism sucks. It's an ancient IS idea that just really blows to high heaven. It's a terrible idea.
Susan Collins, who the president said, this isn't my best friend, but at the same time, she is saying in the last 3 elections, when she was counted out, she won by 23 points, 30 points, and 9 points. So with all this baggage on Plattner's side, I think he's going to have a very hard time winning, especially when he said that rural Mainers, those who don't live in Portland or Bangor, are stupid and racist. Put that in an ad over and over.
That's crazy. Yeah, they could honestly make an entire political ad of all the stupid crap that Plattner said. I don't think anybody's ultimately going to vote for Plattner. I think they're just going to be like, hell no.
Again, and see if those people vote for you.
I would just note that Trump messaging is helpful to Plattner to say she's not always with me. This is not someone who's MAGA. So that's very strategic and really good politics from the president.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern.
All right. One moment. I got to clip my nails. Do you guys want to watch me clip my nails? Just clipping my nails real quick, you guys. Clipping my nails. Hold on. Give me one moment. Okay. I got my nails clipped. I got my nails done. Oh, yeah. Are you ready for me? Are you ready? Just in, sirens blare in Iran as U.S. launches airstrikes. Let's take a listen.
Iran is once again burning for the second night in a row. Wave after wave after wave of U.S. airstrikes that are pounding this country after stalling negotiations and attacking U.S. forces. President Trump, he's had enough.
Yeah, I just don't know what. I really don't know what Iran's going to be able to do at this point. I just think that no matter what Iran does, Iran's cooked. The war's going to end soon. It's unfortunately going to end in bloodshed, which is something I didn't really want to see. Oh, here we go. Yummy, 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 yummy fruit salad. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy.
We told you would, and he's now following through on his promise to hit the IRGC and other targets hard. Joining us now with the very latest, live from Washington, D.C., our very own Jennifer Griffin. It's been a busy night tonight, Jennifer.
That's right, Sean, and the airstrikes are ongoing. U.S. Central Command began bombing Iranian targets at 5:15 p.m. Eastern after President Trump and Secretary Hegseth telegraphed earlier today that the bombing would resume tonight. Initial explosions were heard almost simultaneously at port cities along the Strait of Hormuz, Iranian air defenses, radars, and communication sites. Iran continues to frustrate the U.S. military by firing drones and missiles using mobile launchers that they can hide inside mountain tunnels. Earlier today, Secretary Hegseth visited Guantanamo Bay in Cuba and then flew to Tampa, Florida to CENTCOM headquarters, where he was briefed on Iranian target lists by Admiral Brad Cooper.
Those strikes that'll happen tonight will be strong. They will be clear. If they happen to happen tomorrow night, they will be strong and they will be clear. CENTCOM, Central Command, will be busy tonight because President Trump said we will be hitting Iran hard, and we will be. We need
Hit him with everything you got. Hit him with everything you got.
to negotiate with bombs. We'll negotiate with bombs.
Earlier today, the president revealed the U.S. military had secretly been escorting oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, laden with over 100 million barrels, he said, in the middle of the night without Iran seeing them. The Apache helicopter hit by the Iranian
Not bad, man. Not bad at all.
drone yesterday was reportedly providing overwatch and protection for one of those vessels. President Trump said an Iranian projectile lodged between the two pilots of the Apache and was on fire, emitting a massive amount of heat, but did not explode. Within seconds, the helicopter pilots brought the helicopter down into the water quickly. Overnight, Iran fired dozens of missiles and drones at U.S. bases after the U.S. bombed 20 Iranian targets in retaliation for the downed Apache helicopter. Sean, Qatari negotiators were in Tehran today to convince Iranian.
No, I'm glad Trump did what he did. I know we didn't lose anybody, but we could have easily. They got lucky. It didn't explode. But Iran was doing it with the intent to kill those American soldiers and take down that Apache helicopter. Screw Iran. Screw Iran. They crossed the red line. Trump's just going to go. Trump's just like, you know what? You crossed the line. You gave us a reason. You gave us a reason. Trump's taking it.
And officials to restart negotiations, and we've just learned air defense sirens have sounded in Bahrain. Sean?
Yeah, Jennifer, is there any truth to the Qataris apparently telling the Iranians, take the deal that you've been offered? Is there truth to that? I saw that report.
I've seen the same report, Sean. I have not spoken with any of the Qatari officials, but it is likely that they were pressuring the Iranians to at least come back to the talks with a serious offer. And now, at this point, it's hard to see how they get off of this escalation ladder. The president, however, says that he received a call from Iranian officials earlier this evening. The Iranians are denying making that call. We'll just have to see in the morning. Sean?
You know, I will tell you, if those Apache helicopter pilots were murdered, this would be a very different discussion tonight, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would have been more intense for sure. But the fact of the matter is, Trump understands that Iran was acting with the intent to murder those pilots. Iran was acting with the intent. So I think what's happening right now, I think what the U.S. military is doing, launching those strikes in Iran right now, completely 100% justified. Completely 100% justified. Trump's on it, dude. Trump is on it, dude. Let's just end this. Finish the job. There's no point in trying to negotiate with Iran when they clearly are not serious about ending the war. We just need to end it for them. We just need to end the war for Iran right here, right now. ASAP.
Jennifer Griffin in Washington tonight. Thank you. All right, thanks for watching.
Crazy. The 5 on Seattle's homeless housing experiment. Let's take a listen.
Mayor Katie Wilson is taking
I
heat.
always like watching the 5, so they're pretty good, man.
After unveiling a fleet of tiny homes for the homeless that some critics are calling porta potty drug dens. That's because there's no rules stopping the homeless people who move in from doing drugs. And the mayor is not requiring treatment for people who enter. Watch.
Today is about more than a new shelter. It is about creating a place where people can come inside, find safety and stability, connect to services, and begin moving toward permanent.
So homeless huts. I mean, maybe it's a good idea. I mean, I guess it's better as long, but here's the thing. Is it going to stop them from doing drugs? I don't know. We'll see.
Housing. The goal here is not simply shelter. It's not simply a roof over someone's head. The goal is to help people successfully move from homelessness towards stability and housing. That's exactly what this site is designed to do.
So, Emily, you're a Seattle person. Denver has tried this, and I would say mixed results. Same type of thing where they said, well, if you don't have to get sober, just get off the street, get into one of these things, and then maybe we can get you sober from there. Again, mixed results. What do you think of it in Seattle?
I think any success rate or stories is an exception, not the rule. Every one of those tiny shelters costs $16,000. Seattle already pays almost $1 million per homeless person. The homeless population is about 130,000, which compared to the population of Seattle in general, it's actually small, even though it's, of course, one of the largest in the country. My point is that if you actually cared about data-driven getting homeless off the streets, you eliminate
rehabilitation. Stop giving them crack pipes. Stop it. You want to get the homeless off the street? Rehabilitation. Seriously. Rehab. And then after they're rehabilitated, give them something. Give them some way to have a home. Even if it's a tiny one. Let's keep going.
The pull factors, and that is drug use. So in those tiny homes, there's no requirement to be clean, and you share a bathroom. It is just a shelter. It is just an umbrella from the rain, and the homeless already have that with the overpasses. So if she actually cares about transitioning homeless people, it means curbing the drug use. Those people are
It's all about the drug use, dude. All about the drug
not,
use.
for the most part, again, there's an exception there. People who have fallen on hard times and are just needing a paycheck.
And that does happen. That can happen.
They are, if you go to Seattle, molecules of shared drug-addicted individuals who have come specifically to those streets because it is a pro-drug environment. And everyone that lives in Seattle is paying 1 million times over with all of their taxes and all of these funds.
These cities, these stupid cities like Seattle and Portland and San Francisco, they need to stop being so goddamn, supportive of all this drug use. They got to stop being so supportive of this. You want to support these people? Get them into rehab. They tried to make me go to rehab, and I said no, no, no. Yes, I've been black, but when I come back, it's no, no, no.
To pay for the idiocy of that incompetent mayor, because no one will stand up and simply say, you know what these guys need? A punch in the face and no more needles.
What do you think of it, Greg?
Well, they call them tiny homes, but for you, it's a mansion. I looked. That's the first time I saw that place. That's a New York City studio.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's a New York City studio. I love it.
You know how many New Yorkers would pay $2-3 grand a month to live in that thing?
The village.
She calls them transitional shelters, and I think she's right because it's like a pre-coffin. But you know what? I think it kind of makes sense because they've made the behavior acceptable. They've even encouraged it by like reviving people who overdose and then giving them more drugs so they overdose again. So you made the villagers, but you didn't have a village. This is zombie storage. I hate it.
It's the homeless industrial complex. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's disturbing.
but it's a better solution than letting them like wreak havoc on people on the street. I mean, at least they're not attacking kids. This is basically Junkie Island, which was my idea a few years ago. And by the way, I think they're only doing this because the World Cup is coming. So if World Cup wasn't coming, I think they would just let them roam around and die. It's an open air asylum. If you keep it away from the public, but I think the big point here.
So let's see. Mr. Pinesol says, "Why are we watching Fox News? Can we watch an actual news network?" Well, honestly, I'm assuming that somebody like you thinks that CNN's an actual news network, which is sad. Look, out of all the devils, because Fox is unfortunately mainstream media. Out of all the mainstream media outlets, I'd rather watch Fox. And I'm not even a big fan of Fox News. Not even a big fan at all. But I kind of just roll with it. I'll even watch CNN clips, even though I think CNN is fake news. I think CNN sucks, but it's whatever.
It's going to blow a hole in the myth of affordable housing, that all you need is affordable housing.
Laugh out loud. Oh, whoa, Major General Tao has been a member for 7 frickin' months, dude. Thank you for being a VIP member, Mr. General Tao. We love you, Brony. We love you, Brony. But yeah, I haven't seen Major General Tao in a while, dude. Thank you for being a VIP. Thank you for being a VIP member again, Brony. We love you, bro. Everybody, give a shout out to Major General Tao, who just gifted 5 Michael Garza show memberships, dude. Thank you, Mr. Tao. Holy crap! And they're not showing up on here. Hold on.
Laugh out loud.
Oh, they are showing up on here. Sweet, sweet. Everybody, give a shout out to Major General Tao, everybody, for sending Michael Garza show memberships, gift memberships.
Laugh out loud.
Not LOZ2 received a gift membership from the Major General Tao. Capsule Boy received a gift membership from Major General Tao. We appreciate it. Prash received a gift membership. Mike Cook 6807 received one, a gift membership from Major General Tao. And then Turan Cankesteria, I can't say your name properly, received a gift membership. I love it, Brony. I love it. Thank you, Major General Tao, though. Mucho apreciado, bro. We've been missing you, buddy. Major General Tao says, I haven't been around for a while, buddy. I'm your biggest fan, though. Dude, well, hey, either way, I just appreciate you coming back, man. I've been wondering where you're at, man. Like, I've been kind of sitting, kind of pondering. I was like, I haven't seen the General Tao in a while. Major General Tao. So I appreciate you coming back, Brony. The moment I saw your name pop up as a VIP member again, I was like, oh, hell yeah. The Major General has returned. He's back with vengeance, Brony. Back with vengeance, dude. We got Major General Tao. Dude, again, thank you for those 5 gifted memberships, though. I mean, that's huge. That is huge. So anytime we get gifted memberships, man, it helps a lot. Anytime we just get gifts in general, it's a big deal. So I appreciate you, Major General. Whew. And we also got Larson Christopher in the house. I just want to say, Larson Christopher, I love you too, Brony. We got a lot of familiar faces in the house. We got, of course, Annie. We got the General Tao. Major General Tao says we will restore the Constitution and bring back pride to the Democratic Party. Garza will be my VP. Okay. We're going to be super woke. We're going to be the wokest candidates of all time. Major General Tao and I will make America woke and broke again. Let's go, dude. Make America woke and broke again. Dude, it's the third quarter, 81-59. The Spurs have a commanding lead still. Whew. Go Spurs, man. I mean, you could tell the Knicks are going to try to make a run for it, obviously, but you can't underestimate the Knicks, man. You got to go into this quarter, just go hard. Go Spurs, by the way. I really am rooting for the Spurs on this one. I think they just need to ship it into Wembanyama, and I think Wembanyama just needs to dunk on everybody's asses.
Because this is going to get really ugly really fast. Hey, man, if we just have affordable housing for these people, it'll be fine. But evidence shows you, and I know this.
Laugh out loud.
We're so woke that we're anti-woke.
Thank you, Major General Tao. Major General Tao says, we're so woke that we're anti-woke. I'm going to play that on the screen one more time because I love the Major General so much.
Laugh out loud.
We're so woke that we're anti-woke.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely, bro. Make sure you guys send a gift membership. Make sure you guys send gifts. Super chats help a lot. I appreciate it, Major General Tao. Since I haven't seen you in a while, I'm going to keep your super chat up on the screen for probably like 5 or 6 minutes.
Among this every day. When you are a junkie, any housing gets destroyed quickly. There is nobody that says, oh, thank you, I'm going to take care of this. Maybe I'll get some drapes, I'll get a planter, I'll scrub the toilet. No. They don't just create a mess. They break the stuff. If there is copper...
Yeah, and honestly, there's a lot of junkies that live in Coos Bay, and it fucking sucks. It really does. It freaking sucks. The levels of junkies that live here in Coos Bay, I freaking hate it. It's terrible. Larson Christopher says San Francisco is boned. Bring on the big one. Yeah. I love it, man. I love it. Let's keep it rolling, though, man. Keep it rolling, baby.
They will take it and they will sell it. So this is the idea that, like...
Agreed, Major General Tao. Seattle does suck. Seattle's terrible. Seattle is like one of the worst cities as far as the wokeness. The woke has invaded Seattle for sure.
Oh, this will be helpful. No. Junkies are vessels of drugs. When you are talking to them, you're not talking to a human anymore. You're talking to the drug. Sorry.
It's
true.
I mean, Gutfeld's absolutely right on that, unfortunately. I mean, I don't even know if it's unfortunate. But Greg is right. When you're talking to a junkie, you're not really talking to a person anymore, man.
And Jesse, it's like they have no fear of a failed policy because governing is like a big social experiment that they are continuing from college.
Well, why experiment? We know what to do. You take them in a bus and you send them to Mexico. And then you drop them off. That's what they're doing. They're sending us their people. We should return the favor. I like what Greg...
It's actually not the worst idea I've ever heard from Jesse Waters. In fact, that might be the most brilliant idea I've heard in a long time from my boy. Look, I love Jesse Waters. Like, dude, Jesse Waters is the man. That isn't half bad of an idea that he has right there, though. That is not half bad of an idea at all. In fact... Jesse Waters, you're a brilliant man in any time period.
You said about the coffin, you really are. You're basically, instead of 6 feet under, you're basically 6 feet above. The compassion test. We've been reading the Bible with Harold Ford Jr.
Yes.
Do unto others. Love thy neighbor. Blah, blah, blah. If
you really let it sink in.
Really sinking in. If this mayor were a homeless addict, would this be the way she would want to be treated?
That's a great toilet.
Well,
would she want to be stuffed in a drug hut and then given free needles? Does she think that's the best way to get her off drugs? Or her son? Would she let her son, who is an addict, be in a shed in the backyard and just given meth and then have the neighbors pay for it? In no world would this be acceptable. So that's where I'm thinking.
I mean, Jesse Waters is spot on with that one, man. The dude is spot on with that, with all of it. Freaking crazy, though. Freaking crazy.
Mexico and beyond.
Jessica, what do you think?
Martha's Vineyard.
Or Martha's Vineyard. Or Canada.
You can't ship American citizens to another country just as a baseline.
Try me.
Every day you prove yourself to be more special than the last. I think the lesson from this experiment and also the results of the LA mayor's race, which were not rigged, is that we are in desperate need of good solutions to our homelessness crisis, that this is something that everybody, no matter how you vote, is concerned about, but they don't want to hear things like ship them to Mexico or what,
Well, they're tired of your
saying,
solutions. That's
Angelina,
you know what?
well, I have more to say about that.
Put them in jail. That's what we used to do.
Okay. There are examples like San Francisco with Dan Lurie, Matt Mahan in San Jose, who's cut homelessness a third. And they have done things that have worked.
Major General Tao says the government is powered by inflation, guys. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Major General. You're not wrong at all. If anything, you're unfortunately right on that one, man. It's true. Oh. Just a few more moments. Actually, that looks good. I figured it out, you guys. But again, Major General Tao, thank you for that super chat, Brony. I appreciate that, man. Larson Christopher said SPLC got exposed in Congress. Yep, I heard about that. I saw a little bit of that too. I'm excited, man. The SPLC needed to be called out a long time ago, man. Frickin' terrible. Turns out they were funding like a bunch of hate groups. Doesn't shock me in any way. Because the SPLC, in my opinion, is a hate group. Southern Poverty Law Center. Go figure.
That have put people who are on drugs into treatment plans, gotten people who have fallen on hard times because...
Laugh out loud.
The government spending does produce some GDP, however it also incurs future obligations. These two factors somewhat cancel out and thus inflation.
Yeah, so what Major General Tao is saying, the government spending does produce some GDP, however it also incurs future obligations. These two factors somewhat cancel out and thus inflation, yes. I mean... Brother, you are spot on. I may not have a degree in economics, but I know for a fact that you are correct. You're correct 100%, Major General Tao. Hunted. But again, thank you, Major General Tao. I appreciate that. Let's just keep watching. Everybody give love to Major General Tao 43.
Because, yes.
Thank you for that $5 super chat, though, Mr. Major General. I really do appreciate it big time. It helps in more ways than you know.
There are homeless people who are not just drug-addled deportees in waiting, or whatever you want to call them, Jesse, who need real help. And
You
so
will
I would
never
look to
show the
those
stats
examples.
for that.
Well,
But go ahead,
Matt
I'm sorry.
Mahan talks about his stats all the time.
I wish our Mom Donnie would talk to him because I walked over 5 of them today on my way to my dance class.
Hey, they're just down on their luck, paycheck to paycheck.
I know. Okay, be sure to like.
Crazy, man. Uh-oh. Okay, so Reckless Ben is in legal troubles. This is an Asmund Gould one. Let's take a listen.
Ben has got...
We've already watched enough about Trump and Iran. As much as I love Donald Trump and I despise the Iranian government, we're going to watch a little bit of Reckless Ben, which I love watching this man. He's a very, very cool kid.
Laugh out loud.
Hey, Mr. Pinesol, thank you so much. Oh, happy Pride, dude. Oh, dude, Mr. Pinesol sent a happy Pride for 628 joules. Thank you, Brony. Pride, baby.
Laugh out loud.
Pride, 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 dude. You got my pride heart, bro. You got my pride, dude. You got my love and my affection. Dude, happy Pride Month, Brony. Hell yeah. You know what? In honor of Pride Month, and Mr. Pinesol, I appreciate that one. So in honor of Pride Month, and since we got our first Pride Month gift, I am going to do something special for you guys for Pride Month, okay? Are you guys ready for this special treat for Pride Month? All right. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Pinesol. Because Mr. Pinesol sent a Pride Month emoji gift. If you guys can, send me a happy Pride. Send me a happy Pride gift, just like Mr. Pinesol. I love you, Brony. Mr. Pinesol says, hell yeah, you look like Kristi Noem's husband. Abso-fruitly, dude. Oh my God. Thank you, Mr. Pinesol. Dude, the pride is here, dude. Pride. Proud. Major General Tao's wanting me to sing the Pink Brony Club. I don't know if I got it in me right now. Oh my God. Thank you, Mr. Pinesol, though. I really appreciate that so much, Brony bro. You're the man.
Some big wins in the bricks and minifigs case, but as he's got those wins, he's also facing some huge liability. We're going to talk about that today on The Legal Mindset, where we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. Now, let's jump right in.
I think the bricks and minifigs CEO is cooked. I think everything that bricks and minifigs is doing is pure desperation, and they're not going to win, dude. Bricks and minifigs is cooked. They are absolutely cooked, and it's, in my opinion, pretty darn obvious, man. But thank you, Major General Tao. Actually, you know what? I'm going to play Major General Tao's super chat again, just with the text-to-speech, because I love Major General Tao so much.
Laugh out loud.
The government spending does produce some GDP, however it also incurs future obligations. These two factors somewhat cancel out and thus inflation.
It's a brilliant analysis, and the reason it's brilliant is because, yes, the government spending produces some GDP. However, there's future obligations in that, though, because they're using certain resources. And the factors, they cancel out each other, and then that's what creates a little bit of inflation, too. Yeah, and we also print money up the Yahoo. We're constantly debasing our own currency, which isn't backed by anything, so it'll always get worse and worse. The dollar is always going to have less buying power over time. This is one of the reasons why I invest like a maniac, because I do not want to risk my I don't want to risk my wealth to holding cash, because the longer you hold cash, the more of a liability it is. That's not financial advice. It's just a little bit of fact that people need to at least recognize at some point. You know, it's pure. It's pure. Oh yeah.
Into this, we've been providing kind of play-by-play, day-by-day updates as this thing develops. So one of the first things, and perhaps the most humorous things, is the fails by the police. And there was an absolutely glorious fail that happened after our last video. So the unredacted body cam footage came out. I covered it on my channel almost.
Oh, this guy Josh, such a moron.
500,000 of you watched that here on my channel.
A lot of people saw
thank
this.
You for
I
that,
watched it.
by the way, leaving likes and comments on that video. It really helps out. And got that information out there to everybody. And they had to issue an official statement from the America Fork Police Department. The American Fork Police Department recently discovered that files not intended for public release were uploaded to a public folder. Upon identifying the issue, the police department promptly removed those files and conducted a review of the records associated with this matter.
I'm sure something's going to
Following
happen
that
now.
review, under the applicable records laws, we'll get into that because I am a master of public records laws. The department removed all previously posted files and replaced them with the files approved for public release. The files currently available are the files approved for public release, and the members of the public and media are asked to use those files.
Yep, and we all got access to the unredacted files, which is good, by the way, because it shows just how corrupt the American Fork Police Department allegedly is. And we watched those videos, man, all of us. All of us. And we came to the conclusion that there is huge corruption in that police department.
This is
Please don't show us conspiring against him. Please don't show us trying to rig it. Please don't show us.
Yep. Please don't show us doing terrible things. That's basically it. That's basically it.
Having a conversation with the CEO and trying to and have a conspiracy of inventing charges against this guy to get him to leave. Please don't show this, guys.
Yeah. Absolute egg on the face of the PD. Number one, it's
so
very
bad.
sloppy. It shows they really don't have attention to detail, and they're going through this gung-ho because they're mad, because they're emotional. They're not thinking procedurally, rationally. They just really want to get this guy, and they're trying to do anything to present their side of the story,
So they're making
and try to
mistakes.
make Ben, Reckless Ben, look bad.
How is this
and
legal?
hide
It's not.
whatever they can hide. You really can't make stuff like this up. I dealt with, in Florida, many public records requests working with communities. I work with small communities all across Florida, and occasionally there would be a typo that got out there or some small mistake. But whenever you have a big file, something that's important, you triple check. You pay a lawyer to make sure that all that's released is what needs to be released. And in this case, whoever was reviewing this did not do a good job and absolutely messed this one up.
Yeah, they were panicked and they made mistakes in the process. That's what I think happened.
And when you look
Seems
at
kind of
the
obvious
actual
to me.
footage itself, which is the second big thing here, and you say, why were you trying to hide anything that was unredacted, right? That first half,
That
when they're
fumble this big
talking
becomes so
there
public?
on the stoop of the house,
It's really
what
bad.
exactly was in that you thought couldn't come out? It's sounding...
Yeah, I mean, everything I listened to, it just shows that these cops were incompetent and they deserve to be fired. They're just terrible cops. Yeah, that's what it showed, in my opinion. The American Fork Police Department sucks, dude.
Kind of ridiculous, and it's sounding like you're hiding more than you need to hide. In these cases, as the government, being more transparent works better. Trying to hide stuff doesn't work. And I say that as somebody who has represented governments.
Because if you try to hide things, this is what happened with the Epstein files too. Is that if they
if you hide everything, it's all going to come out. It's going to look terrible.
It just released everything without as many redactions, I think that it would have come and gone from the news cycle faster. But the moment that you start trying to hide information and you start trying to fool people, I think that the more people try to not...
People get pissed because they're like, why are you redacting all this shit? Why is so much of this redacted? We want to know. And now that the redacted parts have been unredacted because of that public leak, we're able to see everything that's happening.
Not get fooled, because now their guard is up because they realize that they're trying to be they're being manipulated.
Does not look good.
Major General Tao says communism is terrible, so why would the U.S. adopt policies that resemble it. Yeah, that's why I don't vote for Democrats, because they believe that communism's a good idea. It's not a good idea. Communism's terrible. It's one of the worst ideas that human beings could have ever thought of. Collectivism sucks. Collectivism is what bullies like. I don't like it. Only bullies like collectivism, in my opinion. So I avoid groups. I avoid groups, man. But yeah, collectivism blows, basically.
When you hold back information unnecessarily.
Yeah.
And that's what America Forks keeps trying to
It's
do.
like also, as soon as people find out that one piece of information that was held back was damaging, or it was not confidential, it was not private, it was not police, like only important. It was literally just them conspiring with the person that was there at the house and the CEO on the phone. Mm-hmm. The moment that people see that, they will assume everything else is bullshit too, just because obviously that's what you would logically assume. Of course.
Yup, Cup, you do realize that, for example, well, first off, socialism's a bad idea too. I'm going to say that communism and socialism are both really crappy ideas. Pretty much any form of collectivism that tries to get implemented on a massive level within a governing body is a bad idea. You don't want government to implement any form of collectivism. And yes, Bernie Sanders is a great example of a democratic socialist, because he's an idiot. And just socialism is terrible. And we're also not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. Get used to it. It's what it's been forever.
That's an absolute L
foul
here.
play is
now,
evidence of
before
foul
we get
play.
to another L that Bricks and Minifigs takes, I'm going to follow up, because today's sponsor is once again freecash.com. If you're
we
like
never
me,
intended for
you
you to
enjoy
catch
a
us
little
breaking
extra
the law.
money, lawyers like that money, click on the link in my description.
Larson Christopher says Tim Walz loves Chinese communism, Minnesota Mao. Of course he does. That doesn't shock me in any way.
As well as in the pinned comments to sign up for free cash. You can go do some games on there if you're already playing
They
games.
can put World of Warcraft or how about they put Marathon on this? Maybe then they can get back up to 50K players.
Hey, might as well get some cash back from that or do some surveys.
Yeah, they gotta do
it's
something.
Not a get-rich-quick thing, but it's also not a scam. It's a registered German company. Check that out with the QR code on the screen or the link below, freecash.com. All right, back to the screw-ups. So we've got here...
Oh, there's a website called freecash.com. Let me sign up for it. Oh, shit, it's 90-75, end of the third. The Knicks actually went up on a pretty good run. The Spurs only made 14 points in the third quarter. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable, man. The Spurs should not just be... Spurs only getting 14 points is pretty unreasonable in my opinion. But hey, they're still ahead, 90-75. Beginning of the fourth quarter. I need to see if I can find a way to watch this game. Hold on. Give me 1 second, everybody. Give me one moment, everybody. All right, just give me a few seconds, you guys. I gotta figure my life out. All right. Hopefully. Okay, I think I got this. Okay, maybe I figured it out. I don't know.
Oh no! One.
Wait, is this it? Okay, I think I figured it out. Okay, here we go. Here's the game. I can kind of see the game. Maybe this is it. All right, so it's San Antonio 90, New York 75. Wembanyama. Oh, what happened? Did they foul Wemby? I think they did. Wembanyama. So who do you guys think is going to win? I think San Antonio is going to win this game, but the Knicks are looking to make a comeback. God, I hope the Spurs don't choke this away. They got to win this game, man. They got to win this.
Bricks and minifigs spin. So they tried to spin to the mainstream media here. Out, you see this with KSL News Radio 102.7. As Utah-based reseller parts ways with owners involved in viral Lego theft allegations. So trying to say that, hey, we as corporate have distanced ourselves from all these bad people. We've gotten rid of the bad guys. That's their corporate position now. Well, it turns out that was a lie, right?
Well, the CEO is still there. Here's the thing. You guys never really got rid of anybody, because if the worst person here actually has been the douchey CEO. The CEO of Bricks and Minifigs is just as big of a douche as Josh and Brandon.
The lie detector said
wow, what a surprise.
You look at the filings here, and you see that Bricks and Minifigs with Brandon Best, who was one of these bad characters involved here, that they came out and publicly said they parted ways with. Well, he's still on a store in Eugene, Oregon. Womp,
He's still
womp.
on a store. No way.
And this is...
So they tried to roach out to the one that was public, but
so they never really got rid of him. So they never really got rid of him. They just said they did. Wow. That is so frustrating.
Then people looked into the paperwork and they found out that he owned another store as well. It's crazy how corrupt these people are.
Oh, yeah.
This sort of thing. That
It's amazing levels of corruption.
My
internet
God.
detectives on
Yeah.
X, on other platforms, on
As
YouTube
soon as people think that you're trying to lie, they will try to go through everything to prove it.
are finding
Because
that
people don't want to
mainstream
have their
media is really
intelligence
not
insulted.
finding. So shout out to all those
They
people.
don't want to be taken
on
advantage.
Yeah, like, it's funny that Bricks and Minifigs thinks that they can one-up the internet. There's a lot of autistic people on the internet who are really, really good at investigating, man. Come on, brother. Come on, Bricks and Minifigs. What are you doing? What are you doing?
forums all over the place. This thing is getting out there, and the internet sleuths, you know who you are
Yep.
doing an excellent job of logging this and not allowing them to get away with these corporate shenanigans. And I know these are corporate shenanigans because I used to pull certain tactics like this back when I was working on the corporate side, trying to do an old switcheroo. Another switcheroo they're trying to do here is changing and filing for a new LLC in Oregon. So they're trying to file a new one here, the Willamette Forest Ops, trying to switch.
Of course they are.
Out LLCs, play little games there. But now people are spotting this and calling this out, and that's just not going to work. The other thing...
Yeah, the moment people feel like you're trying to hide, they try twice as hard to find you.
Which is on the side.
I mean, it's just basic human nature. It's the same as like a dog. You try and pull a toy out of a dog's mouth, it'll bite down on the toy. It's the same, same psychology.
And Ben really had a huge W here, which he can celebrate, is he's gotten to almost 450K in his GoFundMe. Now, it's excellent. Obviously, that is looking to go towards the Mancells or cover the costs, some of the legal defense, etc. Stuff going on with this. That's absolutely fantastic. But what that also creates is a giant target on his back. Now, we saw in the footage how they were very acutely interested in those GoFundMe funds. And
exactly. Yeah.
This does definitely put a target on Mansell and our boy Ben a little bit by having so much money has been made on the GoFundMe account. Oh, sorry, I'm watching. It's funny. I'm kind of double timing. I'm watching this game and I'm also streaming at the same time. It's pretty fun, man. Man, Wemby was getting fouled left and right on that one, so it's 92-75. Spurs 92. Knicks 75. Oh, dude, Wemby's blocking threes left and right, dude. Wembanyama's playing better defense in the fourth. You could tell he's going to be playing with a little more defensive intensity, and I love it. He's at the free throw line right now, 92-75. All right, Wemby's throwing up the free throw, and it is good. 93-75. Dude, he, for how tall he is, he's such a good shooter, too. He's so good at shooting the basketball. It's crazy. Like, he's got such a good touch, too. It's like a pretty soft touch. It's right on the money, man. Oh, he missed the second free throw. 93-75, though. Coyote 3 says, let's just make a deal with Iran. Let's keep the strait closed forever. Deal. I don't know. I think one way to... we got TJ saying, just got home from work and said to Brittany, I hope Garza is on, and boom, here you are. The prayers worked. God is good. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just chilling, just watching, kind of watching a bit of two things. I'm reacting to this video, and then I'm also in the background watching on another television screen. I'm watching the Knicks versus the Spurs, and oh my goodness, they fouled Wembanyama on the way up, but I don't think it's not going to be a shot because it was an alley-oop. I say all they have to do, if you want to make life more difficult, for the Knicks, just keep lobbing things to Wembanyama, and they're just going to keep fouling Wembanyama each time. It's going to keep happening. Now, before we proceed any further, I am definitely going to need to drink some water. Man, Wembanyama's being a dude, just tip that fucking thing in, dude. 95-75. San Antonio's got a 20-point lead in the fourth. Oh, no, block him. Yeah. Pressure. That's fine. Let him shoot the three. I can't believe that shit rolled in. TJ says they interviewed Bill Gates this morning. What? Whoa. Who interviewed Bill Gates? There's a Bill Gates interview? Let me see here. I'm going to look this up, bro. Bill Gates. Oh, okay. Details emerge from Bill Gates' testimony in the Epstein probe. Oh, okay. I didn't even realize that there was a testimony today. Holy crap, man. Dude, they just keep throwing up alley-oops to Wembanyama, man. It's crazy. Okay, so 95-80. Okay, you got to call a timeout right there. This game's flipping wild, dude. I mean, look, they have a 15-point lead, but if you want to maintain that lead, you got to keep defending and you got to keep scoring. You got to keep the Knicks away from the basket. No easy layups, no gimme baskets, just no gimmies, man. TJ says it was a closed-door meeting, but he was asked about Eastern and his connections for a while. Oh, shit. Shit, man. Oh, about Epstein and his connections. Oh, yeah, Epstein and his connections for a while. Whew. Yeah. You know, it sucks, man. Bill Gates, when I was younger, he was my hero. I was really, at a young age, I was, I got into computers at a young age, and I got into software development, and I would read books that I would find, usually at a library. I got really into it. And, Bill Gates is, like I said, total hero of mine. It just sucks that the guy that I idolized happens to be a fucking... Larson Christopher said a week ago we saw Styro Pyro. Exactly, dude. Hell yeah. That was tight. But yeah, no, I looked up to Bill Gates when I was younger, man, and it just sucks that it turns out he's a total, allegedly a PDF. All right. Game is back on. Let's see. All right, what's the score? 95 to 80. Spurs ahead. Okay, they got to milk the clock a little, but they also got to find ways to get Wembanyama in the post. Come on, man. That was a bad shot, dude. TJ says, shut down SPLC as an enemy combatant. They funded the hate groups. They said they were fighting. Yep. That's true. Millionaire Meal says Epstein loves Republicans. Hold on. If Epstein loved the Republicans, then why did he donate to the Democrat Party so much? You do realize that Epstein was the top Democrat donor, right? He was a huge Democrat donor. Allegedly. Oof, that was a bad shot. Okay, so it's 95 to 80 with 7 minutes and 53 seconds left on the clock. Holy crap, I'm just looking at play-by-play, essentially. Kind of. It's a little more than that. Hold on. Okay, there we go. The feed's back. All right, 7 minutes and 36 seconds left in the game. Oh, he's trying to take a deep three. Oh my goodness. Karl Anthony Towns took a zesty three, dude. 95 to 83. That was... I can't believe that went in. All right, Stephon Castle getting fouled. The Knicks are really testing this, man. They're trying. The Knicks got to make a real... Dude, I can't believe... Ooh, wait a minute. Was he in? Was Karl Anthony Towns in, though? Well, sorry, was he outside of the three-point line? I don't know. Let me see those feet, dude. I see where those feet were at. All right, 96 to 83. Look, if San Antonio wants to win this game, they gotta, and I mean it when I say this, they've got to play good defense. In fact, fantastic defense, because offense comes and goes. TJ says Charleston White is putting up $75K to get Carmelo Anthony another trial. Oh, wow. That whole Carmelo Anthony thing is just insane, dude. It's honestly an insane situation. It was pretty obvious. In my opinion, it was pretty damn obvious that Carmelo Anthony was guilty. I know there's going to be a lot of people who are pissed off at me about this, but dude, it's true. Dude, the Knicks just made another three. Oh my God, dude. You kidding me? It's 97 to 86. Dude, I swear, if the Knicks find a way to win this game, this would be the biggest choke job ever. Because San Antonio had a huge lead going into halftime. It's within single digits now, 97 to 88, dude. Are you kidding me, dude? Well, at least the Spurs are at the line, but dude, this is crazy. I mean, this is insane. You had a 30-point freaking lead, and now it's down to 9. You better maintain, San Antonio, dude. You better maintain. Fucking A, dude. I'm drinking some water. I'm drinking water. I mean, this is wild, dude. Okay, come on. Stephon Castle at the line, shooting his second free throw, 98 to 88. Bang, bang, 99 to 88. We got an 11-point lead from San Antonio. Boom. But yeah, so he's going in. Brunson taking up the court near the logo. Brunson's going in, dude. And he got fouled going up for the shot. Just going up for 2 free throws. I think the rest of the game, if San Antonio wants even a prayer at winning this game, I think San Antonio needs to drive the ball. Not just drive it, though. Pass it around. Spread the floor. When they find an opening, just, ooh. There's no foul there, dude. That's not a foul. That can't be a foul. That's flopping. It looked like flopping to me on Brunson's end. It really did. This is what I hate, dude. I'm so sick and tired of all the flopping in the NBA. It feels like we're watching, like, 2000s basketball again. TJ says, your feed has all news, and then it has cats protecting babies. Let's see the cat video. Oh, cat protecting babies like they're their own kittens. Oh, dude, I have so many cat videos that come up on my feed. It's crazy. Like, I got, like, geese videos. Hold on. Look at this little Ringo. This cat's so cute, by the way. Honestly, hold on. We'll get back to reacting to videos in just a second. There's only 5 minutes and 36 seconds left in this game. I'm going to give you guys a live play-by-play of the Spurs game real quick. All right. No way. Dude, it's 99 to 92. Spurs, dude, the Knicks have been on a 17-4 run in the last 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Holy crap. Wemby, get that fucking rebound. Oh my God, you kidding me? 99 to 92. You gotta stop the Knicks. Play fucking defense. You're up 7. This shouldn't even happen, dude. Play real defense. Stay on them. No way. 99 to 95. Are you kidding me? I'm so freaking upset right now, dude. I'm sorry. This is pissing me off. I do not want the Knicks to win, period. Like, I do not. I want the Spurs. I'm not even a Spurs fan, really. I just don't want to see the Knicks win. Oh, the Spurs did get a 3. Oh, my goodness. Thank goodness they got a 3. Oh, Knicks got a 3. No, they got a 2. But this is so stupid. I mean, this is beyond ridiculous. 3 minutes and 49 seconds left. Okay, Spurs got a 2. Thank goodness. They maintain that 7-point lead, but dude, you got to maintain, man. I think the Spurs are going to finish this one out strong, but you cannot let New York get this close, dude. That's unacceptable, dude. Unacceptable, man. This has been a terrible second half for San Antonio. Luckily, San Antonio took a huge effing lead at halftime, The reason that San Antonio's still in this is because they took the huge lead at halftime. Oh, 3-pointer. There we go. Fucking. Oh, it's 104 to 100, dude. I swear, dude, if the Knicks win this, I'm going to be livid. I am going to be absolutely livid if the Knicks win. All right, 2 minutes and 42 seconds left. 104 to 100. TJ says if the Knicks win, communism wins. Oh, it's good. I love it. Now, who do you guys think is going to win this game? It's 104 to 100. Spurs got the lead, 4-point lead with 2 minutes and 42 seconds left. I feel like the Knicks have gassed themselves. Like they have been trying their best to come back the second half, and they look gassed. I mean, Spurs. Oh no. 104 to 103. Are you kidding me? Dude, I'm going to say this right now. If the Knicks win this game, this will be the worst choke job I've ever seen by any team. Because the Knicks were down like, what was it, like almost 30 points? Okay, so 104, 103, 147 remaining, fourth quarter. I am speechless. This is ridiculous. I mean, dude, this is blowing my mind. I'm stunned. It's 104 to 103. Spurs got to win this, dude. Spurs got to win this. Unreal. 104 to 1. Oh my God, dude. 145 remaining. I'm stunned. No. Okay. What? Dude, the Knicks just scored another basket. It's 104 to 105. I'm speechless. I'm pissed off. This should not happen. 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining. You're telling me the Knicks just take the lead 105, 104. And Wemby basically missed two fucking clutch. He missed two free throws that he needed to make. Spurs, get your heads out of your ass. Drive to the basket. Do something. I am so ashamed. I am stunned. 38 seconds left. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I don't know, dude. TJ, I'm just so pissed right now because I don't know what to say. I am speechless. I'm stunned. Okay, so it's 104 to 30. It's 104 to 105. 38 seconds. Holy shit. You blew it, dude. Spurs are basically blowing it, dude. Come on, what's happening, man? I just want to know what's happening. What's happening? It's the longest 38 I mean, obviously it's timeout time and stuff. The Spurs must win this game. You guys, it's unacceptable that the Knicks are even ahead by 1 point. When you had that big of a lead, if the Spurs lose this game, this will go down as the biggest choke job of all time. They're going to win it, though. Spurs are going to win it. They have to. There's no way. Spurs have to win this right here, right now. Okay, made a free throw. Good. It's 105-105. You make one more free throw. Spurs have to win this, dude. This is insane. Come on, man. I mean, look, kudos to the Knicks, by the way, for coming back. It's 106 to 105. Spurs have the lead. This is probably the worst second half of basketball from one team I've ever seen who had a lead. I mean, you guys had a massive lead at halftime. There was no excuse to do that poorly in the third and then this poorly in the fourth. I don't know if they're like gassed or something like that. I've got no clue. But my goodness, man. But yeah, basically, Stephon Castle was at the line. He shot 2. Wow. I mean, basically, it just boils down to who's got the better, who can close out this game. You guys, this is really insane to me. Like, this is, like, the Spurs must win this game. Spurs must win this game. I just don't know how they could have that big of a lead, though. And then all of a sudden it's this close. Spurs have got to win this, man. Spurs got to win this. It all comes down to this moment, man. Like, I'm just shocked that this even happened. Like, I'm still in disbelief. The Spurs had the biggest lead ever. All of a sudden, what happened? I'm just kind of in disbelief right now, man. I think the Spurs are going to win it. I know they are. They got to. There's just no excuse. Spurs got to win this, man. I mean, I'm speechless, bro. This has been one of the craziest comebacks I've ever seen. By the way, I mean, kudos. I mean, what's going to happen here, man? Spurs got to play lockdown defense, dude. That's all there is to it. He's got to play lockdown defense, man, at the end of the day. It's just crazy. No way. The Knicks actually got a bucket. I'm in disbelief. I kind of lost my feed. That is the biggest choke job. If Spurs cannot find a way to win this, this is the biggest choke job ever. I'm in disbelief. I am in pure disbelief, dude. I'm 1 second left. 1 second. I think it's like 1 point something seconds. I lost my feed. CIA official says, "Come on, Garza, stop playing hard to get." Come on, man. There's got to be some sort of... What's happening here? Like this... Knicks won. Oh my God. You serious? The Knicks actually won. Oh my God. What the hell? No. You gotta be kidding me. I am actually upset. Like, that's upsetting. I mean, good job, Knicks, for putting up the greatest comeback I've ever witnessed in NBA history. But the Spurs ought to be ashamed of themselves. That was fucking terrible. Dude, you dominated the first half of this game. All you had to do was fucking maintain. You just need to pass the ball. They got too cute, dude. The Spurs got too cute. Saying there's only 1 second left on this. Are you guys sure the game's over? Hold on. Let's go to the NBA. This is upsetting, dude. They were down 29 and the Knicks pull off a historic... Wow. I mean, that's upsetting, dude. That's upsetting. I am upset, dude. I'm upset at the Spurs. That was the biggest choke job I've ever witnessed in my life. I'm going to go to X real quick. Hold on, x.com. Wow. Like, that is the biggest choke job I've ever fucking seen. Whoa. TJ says rigged. I don't know. I was watching some of that game, man. I don't think it was rigged. I think the Knicks actually pulled off one of the greatest comebacks I've ever seen. Holy shit. I mean, that's impressive. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just kind of disgusted right now. I'm disgusted at the Spurs mainly. Like, seriously, how the frick? I mean, really, though. How in the hell? Like, I'm actually so angry right now that I might end the stream early. Like, I am angry at the Spurs for doing what they did. I'm upset, dude. That was upsetting. I really wanted the Spurs to win this game. I wasn't, and by the way, I don't bet on the game, so anybody who says I bet on the games, it's a lie. But I really wanted to see. TJ says it's official. The Knicks won. Now we have to accept communism. Oh, no. God, no. But no, that was just upsetting, man. That was... You're talking... I'm a huge basketball guy, dude. I am, like, obsessed with the world of basketball. There is no way in hell the Spurs should have allowed the Knicks to come back. The Spurs had a 29-point lead at halftime. And you know what they did? They fucking blew it. I mean, this is going to go down as one of the biggest choke jobs ever. This is going to go down as the biggest choke job of all time. They had every opportunity to put this game in the bag. They had the biggest lead at half. All they had to do was keep playing the right way, keep playing good rotational basketball, pass the fucking ball. Oh, man. TLG says, Knicks won. We fucking rule. Hey, congratulations, Tiny Lion Gaming. I'm so angry at the San Antonio Spurs right now, dude. I am upset at the San Antonio Spurs. That is the biggest choke job I have ever witnessed. And now the Knicks have a 3-1 lead in the series. Yeah, Spurs. Yeah, the Spurs completed the greatest choke job in playoff history. Let's see. News Nation is saying Trump has been played by the Iranians.
U.S. Central Command forces have launched another wave of attacks. This latest barrage comes after last night's attack, which was in retaliation for Iran downing an Apache helicopter. Reportedly, these strikes are much deeper into Iran.
Let's see. TJ says, only basketball I really pay attention to is Iowa Hawkeye basketball. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Basically all the sports I just watched, the Hawks. My school. Hell yeah, dude. No, I dig it, man. I dig it. Now, when it comes to the NBA Finals, dude, I watch... When the NBA Finals are happening, man, I'm watching pretty much... I'm not watching every game, but I'm definitely watching as much as I can. For sure. I was able to watch it while I was doing the stream for the most part. But I didn't really have the bandwidth to totally complete it, so I was like, fuck it. Hey, X-Cho, what up, dude? We got X-Cho in the house. But yeah, this is crazy, man.
Today,
that was depressing.
During the day today, Iran went on to attack several U.S. bases. So there is an exchange of fire going back and forth. Here's Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who's expecting a long night.
Central Command will be busy tonight because President Trump said we will be hitting Iran hard, and we will be.
Central Command once again described the strikes as self-defense.
They're going to be finishing the job, and they should be finishing the job because you know what? This needs to happen. You basically you attempted to shoot down. You basically attempted to murder American soldiers. Okay? And I don't know. This is just is so crazy. I mean, this is really wild, you guys. Come on.
The terminology here may not seem important, but it means everything. President Trump does not want to be seen as the aggressor. He has realized this is not a popular war, and it is hurting Republicans' chances in the midterms. You know who else has realized that as well?
Finish the job. I've been saying finish it forever. Once we started negotiating with Iran, I said don't even try. I mean, granted, a valiant effort on your end, Trump, but you can't negotiate with some countries. Some countries are too out of their mind, and it's just not even worth trying on the negotiation scale. It's too much. It's too crazy.
Well, the Iranians. Trump has bad decisions and options, and he has worse ones. The Iranians are and have been playing Trump for a man unwilling to endure the kind of pain they will. The only option for Trump right now is quite literally to fight his way out. However, it seems still that he is not prepared to do that. Axios reports one option Trump is considering is launching an operation that is big in scale but short in duration, with the aim of pressing Iran to change its position in the negotiations. If you already say it's going to be short in duration, the Iranians know that. President Trump can't afford to restart the war. He also can't afford not to restart the war. The ceasefire was a mistake. We can all see that.
No, I knew it was a mistake. We should have never tried. We should have just finished it to begin with. This would have been shorter. Instead, we ceasefired and tried to negotiate with a country that can't be negotiated with. Period.
10 weeks into a 2-week ceasefire, and we are backfiring at each other. And as he pointed out, the Iranians are tapping us along. The political cost of restarting the war only gets higher by the day. Today's inflation number was another disaster. Now the highest in 3 years, fueled by the war. Every day, Trump's hand gets weaker, his options get worse.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our...
Yeah, I don't know. I think that Trump's doing fine. But this is crazy, dude. Retired general warns that the U.S. is playing Iran's game, not our game. Okay, let's take a listen. We'll take a listen. We'll see what's going on here.
U.S. Central Command says they have now completed a brand new series of strikes that have been ongoing for hours against Iran, ordered by President Trump. Now, CENTCOM says the strikes targeted Iranian communications and air defenses across the country and were launched in response to an ongoing Iranian aggression against U.S. forces and international shipping. Here with reaction, here with analysis, former special envoy to Ukraine and Russia, retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. Well, we kind of knew this day was coming. I think I said to you the last time you were on that I know the president well, his patience will run thin, and here we are. Now the question is, will they quickly take the Qataris' reported advice, sign the deal that's been offered, or are they going to get obliterated?
Yeah, Sean, thanks for having me. Look, I think the president's had the patience of Job. He's really done a wonderful job in keeping the patience and extending the negotiations. I think we've reached a point where we're just going to say we're done with these guys. And politically, we say stop the negotiations. Have our team come home, say, you know, our phone number, give us a call. Economically, and I've said this repeatedly, You take things like the Rock Island, which is the command and control facility in the Strait. You take the island of Karg Island, which is their economic lifeline. So you've got the economic piece. You tell the rest of the world, you're not going to get any oil because we now control the oil. We're not the oil barons. We've talked about it politically. We've talked about it economically. The negotiations economically. There's Karg Island and militarily.
Oh, TJ said, let's see. TJ said Iraq used to be the #1 Christian country in the Middle East, along with Syria, Lebanon, and Kuwait before Islam took over. This is a holy war. Absolutely. 100 per frickin' cent. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically been taken over by Islam, and it's been taken over by Islam, unfortunately, and it's pretty much the Middle East, and honestly, Iran had this coming because they were killing their own citizens. Like I said, I have to keep repeating this to you guys. To all the leftists in the chat, I got to repeat this to you. Iran was killing their own citizens for protesting their government, like in the tens of thousands. Iran's government was also, because they were killing, like I said, their own citizens. It's a big deal. They were also enriching uranium to near weapons grade. That's a second thing. Also, the #1 state sponsor of terror overall in the world. So we basically knocked out the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. Why should we feel bad about that? We should feel good about that. That's my opinion. If we're getting rid of a terrible regime that's killing its own citizens, then we're doing a good thing.
I mean, the Secretary of War and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs have got this one really well, really down very well. And every time they stick their head up, just keep pounding them. I would reach a...
But yeah, we've taken out the bully of the Middle East, basically. We've taken out Iran, and Iran has been the bully of the Middle East, whether you guys want to admit that or not.
Point right now, Sean, of saying we're just done with you guys. We're going to go in, we're going to finish the job. Having a protracted war is not the American way of war. It's a war we've been conditioned to in the last few decades where we've done things in Afghanistan or Iraq. We ought to go back to the way we did it in like World War II or World War I, and we just finish the job, total war, obliterate them, and say, when you need to come to the table and you want to talk to us, you got our phone number, but until then we're done. Because right now we're playing their game, not our game. Let's play our game and force them to come to us.
Yeah, I tend to think you're right, and I think it's going to end very quickly. I do believe that people don't understand the Trump doctrine. He does not believe in forever wars. He's been patient. I don't fault him for being patient or trying for peace for the people in Iran, 90 million people. I don't fault him for that. But the moment of truth has come. At some point, you have to assume they're playing you, right?
Right, and I think they are. They're playing their game plan right now. You can't trust them. They're going to delay, because they think the American people are going to run out of patience. The American people do not like a protracted war. We don't like a protracted war. Finish it now. The president has done great things. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. And the fact is, he's now given them plenty of options to come to the table. They haven't done it. Finish them off.
Yeah. Agreed 100%. Agreed 100%, without a doubt. All right, let's see here. Let's try something. All right, give me a moment, you guys. Hold on. Hey. All right. Let's keep rolling. Let's go.
Well said. All right, General Kellogg, always thank you for your time.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all.
Well, That was one of the greatest choke jobs I've ever seen, though. Unreal. Spurs choked. Oh, the United States stops the strikes on Iran. Let's take a look.
US Central Command says it has stopped strikes on Iran for now, claiming Iranian targets were posing a threat to troops and commercial shipping. Live to our Washington correspondent, Jonathan Kersley. Jono, Donald Trump says the strikes will resume again unless a deal with Iran is finally struck.
I'm sorry, there's going to be no deal. There's no deal. You know what? All they got to do, all Iran has to do is just agree to the terms. Instead of agreeing to the terms, they're just getting screwed over.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary situation. President Trump is essentially saying to the Iranians, sign the deal or we're going to keep bombing you. US Central Command a short time ago.
Yeah, sign the deal or we're going to keep bombing you. That's sounds about right. Yeah, that's about the way it should have been to begin with. We should have never had a ceasefire. We should have never had a ceasefire.
Released the first vision we've seen for a little bit of time. This is a Tomahawk missile being fired from the USS Michael Murphy as part of the coordinated strikes that were ordered by President Trump earlier today. A short time ago, Central Command said that for now the strikes have essentially wrapped up. This was just part of the statement that they put out publicly. They said CENTCOM forces launched strikes on Iranian military surveillance capabilities, communication systems and air defense sites across Iran, adding that US Marine Corps, Air Force and Navy assets fired precision munitions on Iranian targets that posed a threat to US forces.
U.S. launched strikes in Iran. U.S. Marine Corps, Air Force, and Navy assets fired precision munitions on Iranian targets that posed a threat to U.S. forces. Yep. Sounds about right, man. I mean, what they're doing right now is the correct thing to do. I know there's going to be a lot of people out there like, that's not the right thing to do. Hate to break it to you, brother. But at this point, this is the right thing to do. Because Iran's been terrible this entire freaking time. It's as simple as that. But no, straight up, Iran has been terrible this entire time.
And international commercial ships transiting regional waters. Clearly that is the Strait of Hormuz and the waters in and around the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf as well, a concern around there. Now there's the concern too about the Iranian retaliation. What is it going to look like? There were reports coming through Iranian state media that drones had been used by Iran's military to be launched on America's Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. No confirmation from the Pentagon, but we did hear from Bahrain's Interior Ministry that there were sirens and alerts being sounded across the country, and they were telling their citizens to remain calm, head to the nearest safe place and follow the news through official channels. So it's still a concerning time right across this region, as clearly now many of the people in those Gulf nations wait to see how Iran is going to respond and what sort of level that response is going to go to. President Trump, Kieran, spoke with our affiliates, Fox News here in the United States. One of their reporters, Trey Yingst, while he was actually seated inside the Situation Room monitoring the developments of the US strikes on Iran. This call lasted about 15 minutes, but Trey reported some interesting detail out of this phone conversation. He said President Trump told him that at that point the US had fired 49 Tomahawk missiles, that radar systems had been targeted, and crucially too, that Iranian officials...
The U.S. fired 19 Tomahawk missiles. U.S. targets Iran radar systems. Iran officials called Trump. Iran asked U.S. to stop bombing. U.S. to bomb Iran if no deal. Yeah, so basically it's like, dude, we've given you ample amount of time to come to an agreement with us when it's reasonable. And nothing Iran has been proposing has been reasonable. We've waited far too long. We should have been finishing the job a long time ago. And them also shooting down our Apache helicopter, that's enough for us to be like, yep, that's the line in the sand. You have violated the ceasefire. We are going scorched earth on your booties. Straight up.
Had called President Trump asking him to stop the bombing. Now, he said that the attacks, these ones, would be stopping soon, but that the United States would be resuming them again tomorrow night US time, tomorrow morning Australian time.
They have tomorrow night to come to an agreement. If not, they're screwed.
If a deal is not struck by Iran. They are really trying to ramp up the pressure here. Having tried the blockades, having tried negotiations, President Trump now is very publicly showing his frustration and deciding now the only way he believes he can get a deal done at this point is to launch military offensives and military action. Iran has denied that call took place between the Iranian officials and President Trump. There's another interesting aspect out of today, Kieran, and that is the flagging of the timing of this. It was intentionally done by President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Both said at different points today, a matter of a couple of hours or so apart, that the United States would be launching strikes. First, President Trump said they'd be hit hard today. And then Secretary of War Hegseth gave a little more refined timing, saying it would be tonight US time. And those strikes were launched within about half an hour or so of his comments. This is some of what he had to say.
We will hit them hard on our terms, on the targets that improve the environment for us to operate in and undermine the capabilities that Iran wants to have. Marco Rubio, the whole team, prepared to make a great deal that would benefit Iran. They choose not to, and as a result, they're going to meet the United States Central Command again tonight.
Kieran, Iran has long publicly maintained the idea of essentially an eye for an eye. If there is aggression shown to them, then they will turn around and show aggression back. That's what we saw yesterday, and it's likely what we are sort of starting to see now. Reports of missiles being fired out of Iran, and as I mentioned, those drones being sent in the direction of the US Fifth Fleet, according to Iranian state media, that is. As I say, no verification from the Pentagon of that at this point. But this is what one of their officials had to say earlier today.
We will never back down in the face of global systems of domination, and those devils, especially the cursed Trump and wicked Netanyahu. There is no reason for concern.
Yeah, here's the thing. This is why I'm just going to say this right now. Iran's never going to come to a deal. Stop trying to get a deal. Just keep doing it, man. Just keep taking out their military forces. Take out Iran's military forces, take out their regime, and the job is done. The deal is done.
The hand of God is over our heads. Praise to Allah. And we are determined to defeat the enemy, and we will, God willing.
And Kieran, I just want to bring this to you. It's just come in via Al Jazeera that the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps commander of the Aerospace Force, this is Majid Mousavi, is saying that, according to Iran's Tasnim news agency, is promising hell in the region. In his words, are you making the sacred Strait of Hormuz unsafe? We will make the region hell for you from all over Iran. That, while very strong in language, repeats the idea from one Iranian official earlier today that said they're prepared to take the conflict beyond the Gulf region.
Yes, it sounds ominous, doesn't it, Jonathan? Thank you. We will stay in touch.
I'm speechless. So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that, based on this video, do you think that Trump is going to just keep bombing? Because I don't think Iran's going to agree to a deal. Their leadership doesn't appear to be wanting a deal. They don't want peace. So why should we even try for peace? I mean, it's good that they're leaving the line open for Iran to call, but it's clear Iran doesn't want peace at this point. So because Iran doesn't want a peace deal, doesn't want any sort of deal established, then Trump's got to do what he's got to do. He's got to finish the job. Simple as that. Huh.
Captain, there's another vessel approaching in sector 091 Mark 26.
On screen. Magnify.
Oh, is this foreshadowing?
It's a Federation ship. NCC 1305-E. It's the Yamato, our sister ship.
Yeah. It's a good episode, dude. The Iconians. Well, New York Post says U.S. pounds Iranian infrastructure in fresh strikes. Let's take a listen. Whoa. Texas Jane is asking, Garza, do you allow these trolls to threaten the president? No, I mean, look, I don't. People in the chat say whatever they need to say. There's a lot of people who say terrible, stupid things, and it's up to. I'm going to let YouTube decide their fate. Granted, I don't want to censor anybody. The goal is free speech on this channel. I may not like a lot of the things that people say. I mean, did they directly threaten? I don't see any direct threats. Oh, are you talking about that 8-6? Yeah. Well, guess what? I'm a Star Trek fan and I vote for Trump. Yep. I am a Star Trek fan. It's a great show. You could still appreciate a show and vote for Trump. Trump's the man, first off. Trump's the GOAT. Oh, geez, yeah. Give me a few more moments, you guys. Sorry about that. Okay. Whoa, we got Frog Eat Frog in the house, dude. Hell yeah. We got the frog, dude. We got a bog for the frog, bro. Oh, yeah. We got our boy. All right, let's keep going. So they're targeting military surveillance systems, communication networks, and air defense sites.
Mr. President, on Iran, you posted this morning about Iran, and you said that they've taken too long to get to a deal, and I want to make sure I quote you correctly. You said that now they will have to pay the price.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that specifically?
Well, we're going to be attacking them very hard.
You're resuming bombing?
Yeah, well, we are. Based on the helicopter, I guess we have the right to do that. You know, they shot down a very incredible, actually an incredible machine. And at first they said they didn't do it, then they admitted they did it. It's sort of easy because we have the bomb. We actually have the bomb. Got very lucky that bomb didn't explode. That bomb was lodged in the helicopter. It didn't explode. It was on fire, but it didn't explode. Those two guys, they knew how to fly, but they got very lucky. And then we had the unmanned boat going very, very fast.
Yeah, I was digging for gold. I had my finger in my nose. I know. I can't help myself sometimes. I gotta pick my nose on stream. I get it.
Speeds that you wouldn't want to go. That's why it's unmanned, I guess, because nobody can go in that. But they rescued, so both people are. Fortunately, the pilots are okay. Now, look, I've been working with Iran for a number of months, and they should sign their deal. It's a good deal. It doesn't give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. In fact, it totally prohibits them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And it was just tap, tap, tap. I don't know what they're doing. So they then shot at our helicopter. Very expensive helicopter, by the way, but much more importantly, the two men, fortunately, they're okay. But an amazing rescue. If you ever get a clip, you won't believe the rescue, how cool it was. The equipment we have. Look, we have the strongest military in the world. And I gave them a break at the request of Pakistan. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan are great. We stopped them from going to war with India. You would have had a nuclear war if it wasn't for me. But they became friendly to me, very friendly, and they're close to Iran, and they worked, and they still are working on trying them to do what's right. But we want a deal that's meaningful. We want a deal that works. We don't want to just have a...
Well, can they get a deal, though? I would love to see a deal. Want to see what we can get?
Barack Hussein...
Well, as much as I would love to see a deal, I don't know if a deal is possible at this point.
Obama deal, JCPOA, the worst deal. That was a path to a nuclear. It's the exact opposite. You know, I like on television, they say, oh, they should have kept...
Frog is saying, sink's looking pretty dry today. Are you drinking enough fluids? I'm drinking as much fluids as I can, brother. Love you, Frog.
That deal, first of all, it was over. It was a short-term deal. But that deal was a path to a nuclear weapon. This is a path against a nuclear. You can't have a nuclear weapon. His was a path to a nuclear weapon. They were developing during his administration nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, there'd be no Israel, there'd be no Middle East, and they would have absolutely shot.
Admittedly, Trump is not wrong on this. Trump is not wrong on any of this. In fact, if anything, he's completely right. That's what I think, at least. That's what I believe.
at us. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them hard yesterday, and we're going to hit them again hard today, in case you miss it, in case you don't turn on your television set. And we'll see what happens with the deal. We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers because you know what? They dealt with some very stupid precedents. I have to say that. I'm embarrassed to say it. Some very stupid people were sitting here. Yeah.
Trump nailed it on the head, man. We had bad leadership before, and now we have great leadership under Trump Daddy, so I'm down for it, man. Oh, shit, dude. Dangerous AI, dude.
De'Aaron Fox, please pack your bags and pack your dignity because you are getting traded back to Sacramento, you little trash can. Now I know why his last name is Fox. This guy literally fucks every team he is on.
Hey, you little bum. I just lost my whole family's savings on Kalshi. I took the Spurs.
I love these, dude. I just lost my whole family's savings on Kalshi. Oh, God.
To win when you were up by 29. You guys had a 99.99999% chance of winning the game. I just got absolutely rinsed. How in the hell do you choke that hard? Meet me in the back, you choker. You're about to catch this fade from me.
Yeah, don't ever compare me to Jordan or Wilt again. If I lose this series...
That was a huge choke job. Also, Wemby missed two very, very needed free throws towards the end of that game. It was a choke job. Everybody choked. De'Aaron Fox especially. But everybody choked in this game. All right? It's crazy.
It will forever tarnish my legacy.
It's crazy. It's crazy, crazy, crazy.
Victor, this is Carolina Teague with the Las Vegas Sports Network, and it's perfect in the final moments of the game.
I want to see Wemby. I'm sorry, dude. That was the biggest choke job I've ever seen.
De'Aaron goes for the layup against.
You had a 29-point lead at halftime.
OG instead of dribbling the clock out. I wanted to get your thoughts on that particular possession.
I fell on the floor. I couldn't really see. I don't know. I just saw the block.
First row on the right, Tom.
On OG's tip-in, Victor, was there a breakdown as far as blocking out, or was it just simply a great play by him?
I don't know. I didn't see it again. I was contesting the first shot, turned around and saw him up there. So that's all I can tell you.
Fourth row on the right, Jared.
Jared Weiss, The Athletic. Can you just explain how that thing fell apart in the fourth quarter?
That was a historic choke job, by the way. I want to see what Wemby's response is. I'm going to grade this response.
I think it began before that.
Third quarter was when it all started. They just played like ass in the third quarter, and then they kept stinking up the place in the fourth quarter.
Red shirt. Third row on the left.
Can't really explain it right now. I don't know. I think it's just, execution, greediness, some sort. We clearly...
You guys got too complacent. You guys were like, we have a 29-point lead. No way we can lose this game. Suddenly, you got too relaxed, and then all of a sudden, the Knicks just jab, got right in.
They weren't the most hungry in the second half.
Victor, obviously this is very painful. What's going through your mind right now?
What's going through my mind right now, I think it's going to go one of two ways. One of two ways. And a bad one and a good one. And I know the bad one would be giving up. The good one would be getting stronger through this, getting more together. And I know this is what we're going to do.
I'm still shocked that they blew that lead. I am 29-point lead. Can we just crazy.
Last row, Mark.
Victor, Mark Spears, ESPN's Landscape. Can you just talk about
the emotions in the locker room afterwards, and just what was going through your mind as you walked off the floor?
I don't know about the emotions, but it was painful, of course. It feels like we work too hard and give up our leads, just as simple as that. It's just...
Yeah, I don't know. I can't watch this, dude. I'm just pissed. I'm pissed at Wemby. I'm pissed at the entire team. De'Aaron Fox pissed at him. Just the whole team fucking blew this, dude. Blew this in the second half. Like, unacceptable, dude. Unacceptable. You know it. Oh, Trump takes over CNN? What? Oh, man. I think we watched this. I don't know if we did.
Fox News alert for the second night.
So Jesse Waters is saying that Trump is not going to wait around like a sucker. Did we watch this? I feel like we did, but I'm not sure. Hold on.
The United States is bombing Iran, not in retaliation for them downing the Apache, but to pump up the pressure on negotiations. CENTCOM hitting all targets along the Strait of Hormuz, islands, and military installations on the coast, including air defense systems, radar, and drone command and control units. Sources say the president's considering...
Basically, Iran's violated the ceasefire multiple times, and we've done nothing about it until now. Until now. Things are getting done. Things need to be done, so...
During an operation that is big in scale, but short in duration.
You posted this morning about Iran. You said that they've taken too long to get to a deal. I want to make sure I quote you correctly. You said that now they will have to pay the price.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that specifically?
Well, we're going to be attacking them very hard.
Last night's airstrikes were in response to an Iranian drone hitting a U.S. helicopter. The fact that the two pilots survived and were rescued was a miracle.
True. Very much a miracle. Honestly, he's right. That is a miracle that they even survived. But they did, and it's good. But damn, dude. Oh, by the way, if you guys can, don't forget to tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. If you can, it's completely optional. But tap the gift button, send any sort of gift you want. It could be a big gift. It could be a small gift. It could be a happy poop yum yum. It could be, like I said, small, big, whatever amount of a gift you guys want to send. It does help fund the channel. It keeps the channel rolling. So the more gifts we get, the better. It really, really does help the channel. So any gift you want to send, please tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. Or alternatively, send a super chat. Totally fine with that. But we really appreciate it either way. And TJ is saying if they restore Smith Munt In the new NDAA, we finally get the truth since 2012. Oh, wow. Okay. Hell yeah.
The president called it a miracle. This drone hits the Apache helicopter, lodges between the two pilots. It's on fire, and there's a massive amount of heat coming out of the drone, but it doesn't explode. And these pilots very quickly, within seconds, because they're flying very low, take the helicopter down into the sea. And then ultimately, about 2 hours later, according to U.S. Central Command, they are rescued for the first time in U.S. military history by an unmanned sea drone.
Iran's lucky.
That's crazy, man. We had an unmanned sea drone save them. Like, that's so cool. And allegedly it was going at speeds that were like really, really fast just to get to them. So really cool. I love it, man. Yeah, we're America first on this channel, by the way.
And didn't die because if they had, Trump promised to turn Iran into a parking lot. The ceasefire barely holding. CENTCOM forces disabled another blockade runner in the Gulf of Oman. Iran's broke, and they're still trying to slip through the embargo. So a U.S. aircraft fired a precision missile right into her engine room.
Damn,
That's
dude.
8 ships
Damn.
blasted back and 134 ships turned around. The blockade is undefeated. Plus, they keep attacking.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to go through that blockade, man. It's like the greatest freaking Navy of all time, bro.
Choppers, tankers, and Israel. Trump's still pushing for a peace deal, but the Iranians are testing his patience. Here's where negotiations stand. Remember, in late May, when the president went into the Situation Room to pour over Iran's latest proposal, we were this close to a deal, but Trump sent it back with 2 small amendments. The Iranians had to destroy the uranium in front of the Atomic Energy Committee within 60 days and agreed and never told us straight. Only then would the president unfreeze some funds. These were last-minute tweaks. The deal was almost done. But the president's been waiting for 2 weeks for a response, 2 weeks. And in the meantime, the Iranians are firing off missiles and drones. Trump's not going to wait around like a sucker.
So we'll see what happens. But we hit them hard yesterday, and we're going to hit them again hard today, in case you miss it, in case you don't turn on your television set. And we'll see what happens with the deal. We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers because, you know what? They dealt with some very stupid presidents. I have to say that. I'm embarrassed to say it.
The president also told Fox bridge and power plant day is back on the table. Trump said the gay Ayatollah had...
It's back on the menu. All right. Hell yeah.
a chance to sign a deal and survive, but tonight he should probably stay in his cave.
As President Trump said, they've been tapping. You can see when someone's trying to tap on a deal. Instead, they're going to have tap bombs dropping on key facilities in Iran from the United States of America. And that's not because we want to restart anything we don't have to restart. It's because the War Department is prepared to set the terms to ensure that we get the kind of deal President Trump expects.
Yeah, and they're not, here's the thing, they're not doing the deal. They're not doing any of the deals. So, yeah. Something needs to happen, man.
Pete has the boys locked and loaded, ready for anything. Paratroopers are doing small arms training in the Middle East, live fire drills. The wall of steel, still strong. Iran can't get anything in or out, but others have been. According to the president, we've been conducting Operation Freedom in secret.
You know, we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil. Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships late at night.
And they're doing it secretly, too. That's really smart because here's the thing. Iran can't tell where anything's happening at night because Iran doesn't know shit. Iran doesn't know what's going on.
With no lights, because they don't have any radar, because we blasted the crap out of it.
Yeah, they pretty much blasted the crap out of every single Iranian facility. It has the ability to even monitor what the hell's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. So basically, Iran at nighttime can't do shit.
We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel.
Operation Freedom never paused. It was being done in the dark. We believe the Apache helicopter was.
It was happening. They were making it happen, man. If you guys can, though, please hit the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. Once again, please hit the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. You can send any gifts you want. If you want, you could send a happy poop yum yum. I'm going to do the happy poop dance real quick. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Send a happy poop gift every day. Happy poop is my favorite gift on YouTube, so don't forget to tap the gift button and then tap the happy poop. Happy poop is the greatest gift of all time. The greatest. It's amazing. But yeah, tap the gift button. It helps support the channel. It helps support the stream. Definitely helps fund the stream overall. So I really appreciate it, you guys. Thank you guys for sending gifts.
Part of that mission.
Actually.
Laugh out loud.
Hey, thank you, Willie Wallace guy. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum. Thank you so much for the happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum. If anybody wants to send any happy poops, though, we really appreciate it. Happy Poops fund the show. Really helps a lot. Gifts are always appreciated. Hell yeah.
When it went down Monday. Reports say peace talks are still on. Qatari negotiators are headed to Tehran to close the gaps. We'll see if these latest rounds of strikes can shake things loose. Be sure to like and...
I don't know, man. I think the strikes are only going to make Iran more angry, and I just think that we're on the path of just get rid of Iran's government, you know? Wow. Yeah, I still can't believe the Spurs choked, man.
Laugh out loud.
So can we acknowledge how cool the USA military is that it can send unmanned drones to save pilots?
That is honestly pretty dope. It's honestly very, very dope, actually. Yeah, I think it's incredible, Mandy. Honestly. I think it's crazy incredible, just the fact that an unmanned drone was able to save those pilots. It's insane. Like, the future is now. And it makes me wonder, was this a remote-controlled boat, or was this like an AI boat? Was this a boat that had an AI computer on board or something? I don't know. But it sounds like it was an intelligent unmanned boat that was able to find them, get them on board, and then bam, they're safe and ready to roll. Like, I love it, man. I love it. Thank you, Mandy, for the super chat, though. I'm going to keep it on the board for a little bit just because I really do appreciate super chats more than you know. Super chats and gifts, and I love it all, man. Mandy is asking, hold on, what's Mandy saying? Mandy's saying, so I think America has been very reserved towards Iran. If they just pulled that out of their pockets, there are no more boots on the ground in the future. Have you checked in with Belfast? It's burning for night too. I had no idea that Belfast was on fire, dude. I totally missed that, dude. I missed the memo on that one. I had no idea Belfast was burning. Seriously, dude? Mandy, that's cray-cray. No, I had zero clue that Belfast was burning, man. Crazy. Oh, UK finally fights back.
Another
Let's take a look.
horrifyingly violent crime has occurred in the UK, this time in Northern Ireland, where a man from Sudan attempted to remove the skull of a local citizen, as a subsequent riot saw getting out of...
That's fucking crazy, dude. That is crazy. Oh, here we go. Violent protests erupt in Belfast after a stabbing attack 15 minutes ago, okay?
Welcome back to Live.
It's interesting that you just mentioned that, and now I see it, dude. Hold on.
now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. We are continuing to follow the latest out of Northern Ireland. Violence continuing in Belfast following a knife attack and the arrest of a Sudanese asylum seeker. Fox senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott reports from London.
I'm so confused. Why is violent protests erupt in Belfast after? Okay, I'm just curious. Like, what is? Okay, the stabbing attack happened. Why is everybody freaking out?
Another night of scattered violence in Belfast, Northern Ireland. But as of now, nothing like the anti-immigrant riots seen last night.
Oh, anti-immigration riots. I understand now.
Masked men burning families out of their homes. Businesses set on...
That's screwed up, dude. This is the type of shit that pisses me off. Look, I am not a big fan of... I'm not a fan of illegal immigration. Illegal immigration pisses me off to no end. But at the same time, you can't just be... You cannot... I repeat, you must not be doing this crap. This is what the left does, okay? This is what leftists do. This is what crazy communist leftists do.
On fire, cars and buses torched.
TJ says my boss at the new job said I'm targeted because. TJ said my boss at the new job said I'm targeted because me as one person is more powerful than all of them, dude. Dude, your boss is the man, dude. That's a hell of a quote, dude. That's true. It's because they see you as a threat, dude. It's because all these crazy leftists that are at those protests, TJ, they see you as a threat. Now, you're not a threat. But they see you as one because you are actually inquisitive, you ask questions, and you're polite. And you know what? They hate that. They hate that you have good qualities and you don't believe the garbage that they believe. Because the garbage they believe, the leftists that are at I'm talking about the leftists that are at the protests, those people believe in crappy ideas. And they behave poorly. Especially Corner Chair Cowboy, by the way. Corner Chair Cowboy is a disgusting human being. Like, I watch... Like, when I watched that dude, I was like, dude, Corner Chair Cowboy is a total piece of garbage. But yeah, your boss is right, man. Sal is pissed off because you actually... I don't know, you have the right attitude, and Sal does not. TJ says they want me to be what they think Trump supporters are. Exactly. The thing is, most Trump supporters are not bad people. Majority of Trump supporters I've met have been very, very kind. It's very rare that, seriously, it's been pretty rare. I mean, obviously there's going to be bad bunches in every group, but for the most part, most people I've met who like Trump are very much individualists. They kind of do their own thing, just like me. I do my own thing. I love Trump. I'm an individualist. I do my own thing, and I want to see other people do their own thing too. I don't have any preconceived ideas of how people should act. I just want people to act how they should, how they want to, how they think they should, I should say. Look, I don't expect anything out of anybody. That is why I'm at peace in life. At least I should say I'm at more peace than I've ever been, because I don't expect anything out of anybody. But, you know, I don't know. I'm going off on a tangent. But no, man, I love you, TJ, and I'm glad. Your boss sounds like a really cool dude, man. Honestly, your boss sounds like a totally cool dude. I love him. I love him, man.
Police attacked, firefighters struggling, locals in shock.
It's terrifying being on this street.
All sparked by the brutal stabbing of 44-year-old Northern Ireland resident Stephen Ogilvie. The accused attacker, 30-year-old Sudanese man Hadi Al-Adid. In a widely viewed video, the victim is seen injured in the face and neck. He was blinded in one eye. Bystanders get involved. The assailant charged with attempted murder and... Hold on.
Let me replay
Masked
this.
men burning families out of their homes. Businesses set on fire. Cars and buses torched. Police attacked. Firefighters struggling. Locals in shock.
It's terrifying being on the street.
All sparked by the brutal stabbing of 44-year-old Northern Ireland resident Stephen Ogilvy.
Okay, so a resident was stabbed. Sounds like by an illegal immigrant, allegedly.
Accused attacker, 30-year-old Sudanese man, Hadi Al-Adid. In a widely viewed video, the victim is seen injured in the face and neck.
Miami push to the limit says, hi, hello, Mr. Miami. Mandy says, so this man tried to behead him. Yeah, well, geez. Not families, illegal immigrant. Oh, geez. Yeah, COVID was definitely a ridiculous time. Ugh.
He was blinded in one eye. Bystanders get involved. The assailant charged with attempted murder and held in jail.
That's crazy, man. The migrant tried to... dude, that's insane. It's utter insanity, man.
People are rightly sickened by the horrific attack. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. The acts of violence and arson that followed are totally unjustified.
Yeah, I mean, people going crazy in Ireland is insane. That's wild.
While the attack is not currently being treated as terrorism, what has spurred the chaos is the fact that the suspect made his way to Northern Ireland via European Union members France and the Republic of Ireland and was on a 5-year visa seeking asylum.
I very much doubt whether this man should have been in Britain at all.
Send them home! Send them home!
The unrest in Northern Ireland is the latest flare-up over immigration in the UK. Critics complain of lax policies here and in other European countries.
That makes sense, because, well, the UK is trying to be woke. It sounds like the United Kingdom's trying to be woke, so... People are furious, man. People are furious.
Even outsiders like Elon Musk having a say, posting, only by protesting repeatedly and loudly will there be any change. Still, as people clean up a scarred Belfast that has seen so much conflict in the past between Catholics and Protestants, the last thing many want to see is a new fight.
There are issues to be dealt with, and we need our politicians to step in and help that debate, but we cannot do it with violence.
We cannot do it with violence, he says. Again, tonight in Belfast, it's been mostly water cannons from the police, projectiles, and a few fires from small groups of protesters. But the night is not over. In London, Greg Pelcott, Fox.
Doesn't seem to be over, nope. TJ says, this is the takeover of Islam, same like in the Crusades. Yeah, interesting. History tends to repeat itself. It does. It does. And honestly, you know, you look back at history and you're starting to wonder if you start to believe that those certain events were pretty justified.
News.
And more video of some of those riots over the past few days. This bus set on fire there in Belfast. Earlier today, the First Minister of North Ireland, Michelle O'Neill, and other officials giving a press conference with the latest on this outcry from the public. They also have some warnings for people participating in these riots.
They sit cozy in their homes and encourage all these other people to go out onto the streets. And then also my colleague, the Mayor of Belfast, Rushmara Donnelly.
If you guys can, though, don't forget, if you guys can, gifts are always appreciated. Tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. Gifts do keep the stream alive. It keeps us streaming a little bit longer, a little bit faster, a little bit better. So, keeps things good. It keeps things good, but I appreciate you guys. Actually, that's a good one. I like that one. Tim Smith is asking, why did I assume an Irish beheading was a drink? Oh my God. Oh, Tim, you're killing me, man. We got Tim Smith in the house, our boy, shaboy, Tim Smith. YOLO to the Rolo. My man. But yeah, we got our man Tim Smith kicking ass and taking names. Our boy, dude. Let's go, dude.
Has also received a visit from the PSNI to say that she is under threat, that this mayor of this great city is under threat by those people, again, that are involved in this type of activity, and that are, because of our commitment to diversity, because of our commitment to an inclusive city, this isn't acceptable. This is the mayor of Belfast, who represents all the people here, who's only been installed 10 days ago, and who wants to be inclusive and welcoming and reach out to everybody. But yet she's in her first short week in office, she's been visited by the PSNA to say that her life is under threat. That is not acceptable. And if anybody thinks that makes their community safer.
I think Asmund Gould did a video on this. I'm really curious to see what Asmund's reaction is.
Laugh out loud.
Oh, thank you, NVR DeadNet. I appreciate it, man. Just sent a happy poop for 10 joules. Thank you, man. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hey, Tony Tone says, everything good with you? Man, dude, we're doing pretty good. How you doing, man? I haven't seen you, Mr. Tony Tone. What is up, my man, dude? It's just good to see you again. I just realized you just sent... I've been getting so many damn messages. I'm having trouble keeping up. I'm having trouble keeping up with... If I do miss any messages, you guys, I want to apologize in advance if I miss any messages. I really do. Because I'm trying my best to keep up with everybody. All y'all are tough to keep up with. Crazy. All right, let's see here. All right, let's just look at Asmund Gould TV. Oh, is this about the... Hold on. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Helicopter. Protesters rally in London. Yeah. Let me lock in with that, because this is actually, I'm gonna be real, this is like way bigger news than like the Carmelo Anthony thing. Like, this is insane. So
yeah, I'm surprised our show has this kind of flew under the radar, man. Tony Tone says your sister was in a head on. Tony. Is she okay? Tony Tone, is she all right? I'm praying that she's okay, man. What happened exactly? So she was in a head-on collision with a DUI driver, okay. Okay, so she is okay. Okay. She's okay, but she's banged up. Okay. Mandy says, Tony, that sucks. I hope... Yeah, I honestly, dude, I hope everything's all right, man. I just... That's scary, man. That's fucking scary. Hey, dude, we're praying for you, Mr. Tony. We're praying for you, Mr. Tony.
Reform politicians let this monster into our country. And this is obviously a fucking, some retard, right? Read the comments. I mean, I don't know. So basically, this dude went, my statement on the sickening events in Belfast. Okay, let's see it. He cut his eye out and cut his nose off. You can't show the video on stream. I watched it. He just stabbed him up.
Good morning, everybody. I've just watched the most horrific footage from Northern Ireland, from Belfast.
So far.
Of one man on top of another with a knife, obviously screaming and shouting. Some patriots effectively attempted to intervene. I don't know what has happened to the victim, but it didn't look good.
Probably not good.
I now call...
Is the victim dead?
Most likely, unfortunately.
Yeah, is the victim dead? Going back isn't enough. I want reparations. Oh, you're going to get it. No, he's not? Okay. So when I send them back, I would take all their stuff. I send them back with the shoes on their feet. I'd say, you got this from here. We're going to be nice. We're going to let you keep that.
For the police...
I keep all their shoes.
With full transparency to disclose the ethnicity and immigration status of the person who perpetrated the attack.
Was obviously not an Irish person. I mean, it's fucking obvious.
Yeah.
This is...
So, allegedly, I don't know all the details, but I guess the guy who did the stabbing... Illegal immigrant. Okay. Granted. We're going to get a little more information on this, see what happened. Go from there.
A disappointingly growing trend which is affecting all of us. It stems from immigration, largely. It stems from the fact that
lack of accountability.
There's a whole industry of people who have made vast amounts of money propagating an industry called the human rights industry, which basically...
It's fake. Human rights industry is just about inventing different ways to guilt trip and emotionally blackmail Western countries into accepting infinity foreigners into their country and allowing their country to be taken over by those people.
That is the best explanation I've ever fucking heard.
That's all it is. The moment I hear the word human rights, I'm like, this is going to be some emotional guilt trip manipulation shit, which says...
Oh, yeah. Dude, Asman is way too... Dude, I'm telling you guys, Asman's like the Socrates of our time. Maybe not exactly, but he is a philosopher in modern times. Mandy said again, it wasn't a stabbing. He tried to behead him. You can hear the people in the video screaming. Oh, fuck. That's so fucked up, dude. Like, what the fuck?
That their human rights are that they get to come to your country and get all your stuff, and then there's nothing you can do about it. It's human trafficking. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's basically the globalist word for human trafficking. I like that.
Has fed off the back of the legal complexities surrounding human rights law. Those are people like...
he said it was from Sudan.
Keir Starmer, Lord Hermer, a whole raft of people who I think put their own interests above those of the safety of the British people. And it's time we got some honesty from the police force, who are paid for the British taxpayer, paid for by the British taxpayer. They're supposed to serve the British taxpayer, and they're supposed to keep us all safe.
Well, they don't do any of that. They don't care about that. Human rights are valid. They cease to exist when you violate someone else's rights.
Mandy says, I'm a massive Asmin Gould fan. He is a Gen X attitude and a younger body. Yeah, he's got a good attitude. Honestly, I like his attitude. He's a bit of a lazy guy, but, he's got the right idea.
Rights? The right to immigrate does not exist? Well, the human rights don't really exist because there's no governing apparatus that everybody exists under. So the concept of a human rights is just it's a fantasy. Like, so basically rights.
I mean, that is kind of true, sadly. What people need are ethics.
Are only
ethical codes of conduct.
There are no human rights. There is no, people are entitled to. Nobody has any of that. It's not real. The only things that are real are like the laws of physics, like gravity, things like that. And even that's dubious, right? In some cases. So they're not God given. Like, they are invented by people to be given to people, so we can try to transcend being animals, right? But basically, it's turned into just a emotional blackmail to let these people into the country. It's a social contract. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. You can quite clearly see with the...
Frick, that was the realest thing I've ever fucking heard. That was amazing, man. TJ says the kid has an award ceremony tomorrow, straight A's all year. 1 of 3 in her grade, top 20. Dude. Freaking congratulations, dude. No, seriously. TJ. Congratulations to your daughter, man. That's freaking amazing. Like, dude, that is honestly a hell of an accomplishment, especially top 20 in the school. Straight A's all year, dude. I mean, that's wild. That's pretty impressive, man. It's a hell of an accomplishment, man. No, you tell her straight up, congratulations to her, man. Straight up congratulations, brother. That's freaking amazing. Yeah, dude. And Annie and I were just like, boom. No, hell yeah, dude. Dude. Amazing. Freaking amazing, dude. Mandy says, Stocks family, congratulations on raising a great child. Well done. You filled your role perfectly. Hell yeah, dude. She's kicking butt, man. She's kicking butt, dude. Go TJ, brother. Hey, good job, man.
The recent tragic death of Henry Novak.
Gravity is dubious. I can't. Well, yeah, I've read research about the way that black holes approach gravity, and they don't fully understand it, and they don't think that they understand the way that certain types of large, extremely, astronomically, large structures exist because they defy the laws of gravity. Yeah, I didn't say that for no reason. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that actually is a thing.
We can see two-tier policing, and now I think I call for total transparency. If you have transparency, you have truth, and from truth you can actually start to
He's right.
Deal with the issues
right.
that are causing the problem. Until we have that, I'm afraid we are going to continue to all of us suffer from increasing distrust, an increasing feeling of a lack of safety, and that is not going to be good for all of us. We want our high trust society back.
That's right.
We're not going to get it back by people being deceitful. We need honesty, we need truth, we need authenticity, and we need openness.
That's exactly right. No, he's totally right about this. Can you have the chat to explain dark matter for chat, please? I mean, I'm not that level. I'm not leveled up that much. The Belfast attacker was granted a 5-year visa by the UK government.
Go figure. Of course they did.
Wow. I wonder why. That's crazy. Why would you do that? Why would you, for any reason, make that decision? Man taken to the hospital with serious injuries after the stabbing. Oh, boy. I was just copying what Faraj said. I mean, like, a lot of people were going to say the same thing, right? It makes sense. It was an attempted beheading. Be honest for once. What is this here? It was an attempt. Oh, bro. It's always... I didn't even realize this. I was just, like, going through everything. BBC UK, it was an attempted beheading, be honest for once. As I said, the media are the enemy, right? And many such cases, unfortunately, right? And be careful with...
Yeah. Give me a moment, you guys. I like that one. It's a good one. All right, let's keep going.
But the footage, the uncensored, is horrific. I mean, I just watch it live, honestly. If I was just streaming on Rumble and Kick, I would. But since I'm on Twitch, I have to follow extra rules, which is so annoying. But you know, that's just the way it is. I know a lot of you guys like watching on other platforms, so I try to be reasonable. But that's it. New Belfast mayor highlights drive towards diversity in the city.
Of course she would. Of course she would.
Guys, I cannot express how much that you can't have what is this here? Check the quote retweets. They changed the title. Okay, let me see. An African tried to behead an Irish kid is what they say. Fuck these people. Serious injuries after stabbing. Maybe the BBC's fact checkers might want to take a look at the article and tell us what it accurately represents. We can all see in the video. You mean an African migrant attempted to behead them? I don't think you have, mate. Oh, man. Jesus. Is that it? I guarantee you watch the ISIS beheadings. Strange fascination with gore on the internet. I don't really like guys here. Let me look at a few other posts about this. Looks like one weirdo boycotted.
I mean, this really is wild, dude. I mean, this is some wild ass shit, man. Kind of crazy.
It became a figure of the Bud Light commercials. Oh, that? Yeah, that was some other shit. It wasn't a stabbing. He tried to butcher the man's neck and remove his head in the street. Think about that? Yeah, I mean, that's it. And so let me go back. I'm going to look at this here. And on October 26, October 23, 1 month later, General formally answered parliamentary question. The UK has a proud history of supporting refugees. The UK is proud to have welcomed Sudan.
Oh, you guys, just as a quick heads up, so we do. GIFs do get on-screen shout-outs. Once again, GIFs get on-screen shout-outs. So if you guys do send a gift, the gift will flash on the center of the screen, and I will give you a shout-out. So, no, I love giving you guys shout-outs. I love, more gifts, the better. Hell yeah, I'm Trump sexual, bro. I'm Trump sexual.
Sudanese nationals. Man. How about that? I saw one person, I replied to a post about this today. And let me go and show you guys. So We need calm heads. It's very important that people like Rupert Lowe, Elon Musk, Nigel Farage, and others don't use this horrific Belfast incident to whip up hostility and division against minorities, migrants, and Muslims living in the UK. We all agree the incident was disgusting and horrific. And so I replied to this and I said, these are the calm heads, actually. Keep running defense for these communities and reframing accountability as racism, and you will find that out. You are going to be very, very surprised. And stop chopping off people's heads. Exactly. And yeah, these guys, Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe, might be one of your last chances to have a moderate voice solve this problem.
Oh, yeah. For once. Something's got to give, man. Something's got to give, man.
Because the problem will be solved. It will either be solved moderately or in an extreme way. There's no, like, this is a problem very clearly in a lot of these Western countries. Like, this can't continue. It obviously can't continue. I think everybody knows this. So the sooner that you stop it from happening, the sooner that you cut off the bleeding, the sooner that you're going to have, a higher chance to have things not be worse, right? And so you can either vote for and support people like Rupert Lowe, and it turns out to be a page in a history book, or you can demonize and try to delegitimize people like Rupert Lowe and Nigel.
Thank you, Mr. Z and G. He said, I will never troll this channel again if people don't donate soon. You guys hear that? Mr. Z and G wants you to send a gift. He wants you to send all the gifts. As many gifts as you can. The more gifts we get, the better. I appreciate you guys. You guys are so cool.
Farage and Elon Musk, and you're going to end up with an entire chapter. Because that's what's going to happen. It's obvious that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, this shit's depressing, man. I can only watch so much. I love Asman, but that was crazy, dude. Oh, Carl Anthony
This
Towns,
bum
the dangerous AI version.
Aaron
By the way, this is an AI version of Carl Anthony Towns 11.
Fox sabotaged the absolute shit out of this smash session. I was begging him to hold on to the ball at the end, but he just had to go and get pinned for no reason. Can I get my cheeks clapped in peace for once, man?
Hey, Zescott, I'm not even lying, bro, but Kalshi actually paused trading because you guys were getting smashed harder than Bonnie Blue. I dropped $1 million on the Spurs, though, when they were up 29 at 99.99.
Oh, we got Ty Lord saying Garza. What's up, Ty Lord? My man.
99% to win literal pennies. I'm done, man. This shit's rigged anyway.
Yo, listen, bro. I was so jealous of the way Wendy was choking out there, I won't even lie. I wanted to put on a Spurs jersey to experience that smash, man. This bum Aaron Fox.
That was amazing, dude. That's amazing. That is so funny. We got Ty Lord in the house, man. Give me a moment. Oh, I got a chess move I got to make. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got the chess move. Oh, let's see. I don't know how I'm going to play this. Every second of the night, live another life. These dreams go on when it's cold outside. Every moment away. Okay, here we go. Okay. There we are. These dreams go on when I close my eyes. Every second of the night, live another life.
It's off, though.
Hold on, so Fox could have dribbled the ball out? Let me just mute the audio here. So oh my God. He could have dribbled Spurs actually could have won if he just would have dribbled the ball out instead of going in for a bullshit layup. That's what, for a vet, that's a rookie-ass mistake, dude. All he had to do was hold the ball. That is crazy. He had to run out the clock. Spurs should have won that game. Spurs, I mean, there was no reason the Spurs should have lost that game, but somehow they found a way to make it happen. This one was on the Spurs. Good job on the Knicks for finding a way to come back. Really good job. But that is insane to me. That it's honestly just levels of insanity to me that they allowed that level of a comeback to happen. Blows my mind, man. Blows my mind. I don't know what to say, man. Spurs choked. The Spurs choked. I'm just stunned, man. The fact that the Spurs found a way to lose that game, it really is shocking to me that the Spurs found a way to lose that game. TJ says it's way past my bedtime. Hey, have a good night, Mr. TJ. It's good to see you on the chat, bro. Thanks for tuning in, man. But oh my God, dude, I'm still baffled by that game. It pisses me off, dude. So that was the largest comeback in NBA Finals history. The Spurs should be ashamed of themselves. Seriously, the Spurs should be ashamed of themselves. Well, Kingdom Hearts 4, the official Nintendo Switch 2 announcement trailer is out. Oh my goodness. Crazy. I will say this, though. I like I said, I'm still blown away by that Spurs choke job. It's just, ugh. Like I said, I don't get it, man. Oh, let's take a look at this.
Storage used, owned by
So Bricks and Minifig CEO gets confronted and loses
BAM
it.
Franchising
Of course he does.
Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at? CoffeeZilla just dropped his investigation into Bricks and Minifigs.
I'm excited. We do need to actually. We do. I'm not going to react to it tonight, but we do need to react to the full CoffeeZilla investigation because I'm excited about that big time. Huge.
The biggest investigative YouTube channels just put out a huge investigation around 50 plus minutes about the entire Bricks and Minifigs situation, and he found out some very good information, and so I'll be going over what stood out and what this all means. So I definitely recommend watching it if you somehow haven't already after this video, but basically to summarize, CoffeeZilla tracked all the different money, all different portions of the collections with all of the available evidence and received, I believe, new evidence from both sides, being Crystal Gorman as well as Eamon McNeff. So what was found is around $20,000 of Brian Mansell's collection is completely unaccounted for from both sides. Crystal doesn't have it, Bricks and Minifigs doesn't claim to have it, no one knows where it is basically. It's kind of just gone, is what is happening. It's unaccounted for. So that is a much smaller number than the $200,000 that has been floating around. That's obviously 10% of the $200,000 number. And there's some really weird discrepancies with numbers involving both sides of the story, to be honest. After watching this, I walk away from this thinking that Crystal Gorman might be a little bit more guilty of some wrongdoing and some mistake.
Oh yeah. But I will also say that not only was she guilty, I still think the Bricks and Minifigs CEO is guilty as sin.
And some maybe carelessness from this whole situation, but at the same time, Bricks and Minifigs is definitely not in the clear yet. And I gotta say, Bricks and Minifigs, their whole strategy here, you know, take out the aggressive legal things that they're doing, the threats, the censorship, everything like that, they're still being very suspicious with how much information they are giving out to the public, what they're telling people in their statements and interviews and everything like that. I mean, I'm just trying to remember, you know, when you look at the first Reckless Ben video where Eamon McNeff was first confronted at the corporate headquarters.
He was a total chode about it. Look at that. His body language is that of a chode.
He is very defensive, saying he doesn't know who Brian Mansell is, saying that they don't have his Lego, and that he's never heard of the guy, and that's not true, and all of that. And instead of like outright asking, you know, where's the evidence, what exactly are you talking about, how much you saying we actually owe, what actually happened, he seems very defensive from the get-go in Reckless Ben's video. So my pattern recognition I'm seeing here is it starts out with Bricks Minifigs denying almost everything, and then slowly, as more information comes out, more evidence comes out, more people start whistleblowing, then Bricks and Minifigs slowly starts to admit more, take a little bit more accountability, change the story, add more facts, add more to the story, and it just seems really suspicious what's going on here. To me, at least from an outsider perspective, just looking on this as not a professional, just someone looking at the whole story, it looks to me like Basically, Bricks and Minifigs, the CEO, everyone involved with Bricks and Minifigs that is on their side in this, has basically argued from the beginning that there's no wrongdoing from Bricks and Minifigs, that this didn't happen, that there's no Lego at the store, and then slowly it started changing as more evidence came out, you know, and it went from nothing is in the store to, oh, there's maybe $5,000 of Lego left in the store. And then at first, Josh and Brandon, the previous store owners of the Salem, Oregon store, were defended by Bricks and Minifigs and everyone involved, the CEO, the COO, probably. And then they parted ways with them after the public backlash. So,
I mean, they should have cut ties with those guys a long time ago. They were creeps. But the CEO needs to step down. The CEO of Bricks and Minifigs is honestly, in my opinion, worse than Josh and all those guys, even though they all suck. They all suck. Reckless Ben, I love you, dude. I'm so pissed. Ever since I started watching his videos, man, I'm just pissed at how they treated Reckless Ben.
slowly this starts evolving in a way where, to me, it feels like Bricks and Minifigs knows the full and complete story, but they're only revealing what they absolutely have to remain somewhat credible, or to try to keep the story up, the premise up, that they are not in the wrong. And it's definitely not working, in my opinion. If you look at the interviews, especially this pattern continues in the CoffeeZilla video when he interviews the CEO and COO, just the way they speak. Like, look, I don't know for sure if they're lying, all right? This is just an assumption, but it really feels like they are lying here.
Hey, they tried it. They were basically met with, like, unreasonable requests, things like that. So,
verification? Documentation? Is that unreasonable, do you think?
Well, I think they would say they provided the documentation, and you guys say you need more documentation. So, I mean, that's kind of the
right. A spread, like, I understand a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start.
Yeah.
Just the way they're.
Yeah, it's just crazy, dude. It's insane. Like, the CEO is such a piece of garbage. All right. Okay.
They're speaking. It's like they're coming up with stuff on the spot, or they're rehearsing a lie that they came up with. That's honestly what it sounds like sometimes when you're watching these interviews. And, you know, I don't know that for sure, but it just, the way they're talking, it just seems really, really suspicious to me. And at one point, Eamon McNeff is caught in a lie.
Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the way.
Y'all do have the spreadsheet, though, yeah? Y'all have the spreadsheet.
That was shared online, but months after we asked for it.
It says it's. I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
What are you looking at?
It says owner Salem.
Star Wars lot sold list. It's owned by Bricks and Minifigs. So literally, the CEO's lying through his teeth.
OR at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024.
Created September 6, 2024. So CEO's lying through his teeth.
When I look at it, this is the Mansell list, I believe.
So this would have been created under, like, so we have the.
Dude, this CEO is such a piece of shit, dude. Yeah, the fact that they didn't, and this comment right here says, the fact that they denied Crystal the right to do a final audit before being kicked out of the store should make the new owners in corporate liable for any claims. Yep. Exactly. 100% agreed.
Y'all definitely have this. Y'all have access to this.
Well, I had no idea. Like, so if this is the first that anybody has shown me that that a spreadsheet was created using like Bricks and Minifigs Salem, like, and all of this stuff was
And he's like, oh, well, we don't know everything. We don't look into everything. We're not careful with everything. Basically what he's saying is, you know, they don't do their due diligence and they don't know documents that are tied to their own company's emails, which I don't know. That just, again, seems very, very odd to me. But another piece of the story, like I was telling earlier, it seems like Crystal may have some wrongdoing as well in this story, because she does admit that there was probably some error on her part.
If I messed up, if I messed up on my record keeping, I will take accountability for that. It's possible. If my staff didn't draw attention that consignments had left out, so I'd move them to the thing. Any of that, I will take accountability to that. I am more than willing to do that. I need BAM to show me those tickets.
As they promised to do.
I will sit down with Brian and talk this over and figure out what we missed and where it was missed and how it was missed and make that right with
So on one hand, you have one side of this being Crystal Gorman and her husband and everyone involved on that side of things saying that yes, they could have made some mistakes, but they were open and honest about it, and they're doing everything they can to make things better for Brian Mansell. And on the other side of things, you have Eamon McNeff and his brother and the rest of Bricks and Minifigs corporate basically getting really defensive, outright lying in some instances, getting mad, getting heated, and just the way, like, even when they admit there could be some possible wrongdoing or admit that, you know, something they just stated like a minute ago is actually proven false by evidence CoffeeZilla brings to light, the way they do it, it just looks so scummy to me. And overall, if you had to ask me, just simply based off the demeanor of each party involved in the situation, which party likely had more wrongdoing, it would be...
Yeah, I look at the CEO, his body language is terrible. Everything about this guy is terrible. Everything about this guy is sketchy, the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. I don't blame anybody for not wanting to do business with that scumbag. I wouldn't. I would not do business with that guy. The mustache alone already makes him look creepy as shit. The mustache alone is terrible. He's just an incompetent boob, and he's also doesn't have the ability to admit that he could have made an error somewhere along the line.
The one that gets more defensive, more mad, more angry, caught in lies, and outright less professional, to be honest. When you watch Crystal being interviewed, she knows the facts. She knows what's going on. She doesn't stutter. And then you watch Eamon McNeff getting interviewed, and there's constant stuttering. He has to constantly think about what...
He seems super guilty and also super incompetent.
Going on, how to word things, and you know, I get that it's not that simple. You have to be careful. You have to be careful getting everything right legally and all of that. I understand that, but when you look at them side to side, to me, it's clear one person is trying...
Sketchy. He just seems so fucking sketchy. The dude's sketchy.
To maybe construct a story, and the other person is simply saying what is true and actually has some of the facts. So with that being said, to be honest, you know, if you'd ask me where I think the remaining $20,000 went, I think...
if you guys can, though, don't forget to tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. The more gifts we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. It helps keep the channel funded, essentially. So if you guys can, send a happy poop, send a flow state, any sort of gift you want, any gift that you think would be appropriate for the channel. We just greatly appreciate any gifts that you guys send. Happy poop is my favorite YouTube gift, by the way. It is one of my favorites. It's so hot. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. If you guys want me to do the happy poop dance, I hope all of you send me a happy poop gift. The more happy poop gifts we receive, the crazier I get, dude. Cray cray. I go cray cray. Oh. I'll go cray cray. But yeah, send a gift. Tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. Send us a virtual gift. And by the way, your name's going to get highlighted on the center of the screen. So that's a plus.
I think Josh and or Brand...
In fact, I'll give you guys a little bit of inspiration. How's that sound?
Laugh out loud.
here are some of the people who have gifted previously. These are just some of the people who have gifted previously. It's not everybody, but it's some people.
Laugh out loud.
Brandon Best, one or the other. I believe Brandon was the one at the store the night of the whole transition when they kicked Crystal out. In my opinion, there may be something suspicious going on there, because in the CoffeeZilla video, it is mentioned that a previous employee said that Brandon came to the sister Bricks and Minifig store, which Brandon also owned, with a U-Haul full of Lego Star Wars sets. And Eamon McNeff addresses this by saying that is false, or maybe he misconstructed that, or maybe it was Matt that said that. I don't remember at this point. But one or the other, the CEO basically said that, and that was from something.
Yeah, the CEO is super sketchy, dude.
Laugh out loud.
CEO is extremely, extremely sketchy. The Bricks and Minifig CEO, most sketchy man I've ever seen. Incredibly sketchy. It's crazy.
Something completely different. But with that being said, this investigation just goes to show that this situation is very messy, maybe even messier than we already knew it was. And to be honest, you know, just going off of my basic instincts and thoughts watching these interviews, like I said, one party seems a little more guilty than the other. But that's just my opinion. Let me know in the comments down below what you guys think, and I will see you all in the next video.
Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud.
Oh, yeah.
Darren Fox.
Oh, give me a good block. Get up three, you know, make them process.
Laugh out loud.
About that play.
Run out. What's your thought process going out the court? Have them scored. Try to get a layup, get up three, you know, make them force them to need a three. And oh, give me a good block.
Was there anything differently on OG's chip in that you guys might have done to prevent him? Just a great play by him.
Yeah, I mean, we have to turn and try to get a hit. He flew in and made a great play.
Darren, usually a lot of the time in that situation where you took the layup, guys would try to run it out and get fouled. What made you think that you wanted to go for the layup instead of trying to get the foul?
Yeah, De'Aaron Fox totally screwed that game up. I mean, the whole Spurs, the fact that the Knicks even came back, that got that close and then ended up winning the game, is a travesty. That is the worst choke job. Spurs choked. That is the worst choke job I've ever seen. Crazy.
Bricks and Minifigs has struck back as they've gone after Ben in a big way. We're to that today on The Legal Mind, so we teach you to be around.
Of course they have. They got to leave Reckless Ben alone, dude. Reckless Ben's the man. Dude kicks ass.
Judge, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and we're going to jump right into this case, which is developing fast, even with the development happening just as I was about to record this video.
I got to go to the bathroom real quick, but while I'm going to the bathroom, if you guys want to send some gifts, tap the gift button in the lower right-hand corner. Send whatever gift you want. Any gift that you guys want to send, whether it's sparkles, whether it's a little 100 gift, they're all like really small. Whether it's a small gift or a big gift, all gifts help the channel grow in more ways than one. So if you want to help support the show, tap the gift button and send a gift today, if you can. BRB, I got to go to the bathroom. Blue Nose Pity, I love you, bro. We love Blue Nose Pity on this channel. You're the man, Brony. Laugh out loud. Okay.
So this is the latest and greatest. We're going day by day, giving you updates here as this case has been absolutely wild. First of all,
yeah, I'm tired of the bricks and minifigs thing. I'm pissed. Give me just a few more seconds. Tony Tone said, Abby said, hey, Garza, she's asleep now. Okay, that's good. Hopefully she's getting her sleep and everything's good to go. Oh, man. Well, I'm going to tell you guys what. I'm gonna get going. I've been streaming for about 5 hours already, so I feel a little bit exhausted right now. But don't worry. I'll be streaming tomorrow as I usually do. That'll be the plan. And that'll be the goal. Let me see. Yeah, Tony Tone, I am pretty tired at the moment, admittedly, but hey, man, I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate all you guys. Like I said, tired a little bit, so I'll let you go. But I hope you all have fun. And Tony Tone, Blue Nose Pity, Annie, love you so much. You're amazing. TJ, amazing. Ty Lord, amazing. My boy Nate Dogg is a stud. Now, I appreciate all you guys coming on in and watching the show and hanging out. And yeah, I'm done. Tired.